All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream, or welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today once again. And also, thank you for joining me on, I guess, what is still considered short notice. Michael Werniff says, only if you do one push-up per like. One push-up per like. Michael wants everybody to get buff, dude. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well on this, what is it, Thursday morning. Losing track of the days. February 20th. It's weird because it's like, feels like just yesterday it was, first week of January 2025. Time's already flying. But yeah, guys, we have a lot of really, in my opinion, I mean really interesting information to go over and talk about today regarding PlayStation. We are getting a lot of different answers. As you know, former PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida recently retired, and he's considered a legend within the PlayStation community. He retired after 31 years, and he has been going on an entire tour, giving interviews. And we've already learned quite a bit from Shuhei Yoshida from previous interviews. However, he just did a new interview with Sacred Symbols with Colin Moriarty, and we got, I think, some of the most telling answers. I think maybe some of the best questions were asked through this interview, and we're going to be covering a lot of what was discussed quite extensively because even though Shuhei Yoshida does not work at PlayStation anymore, and he can't come out and tell us, hey, this is what Sony's going to do next, and this is what you can expect, he is basically telling us everything that led up to where we are now. And I think he basically is providing a lot of clarification and revealing a lot of different truths regarding the decision-making that occurred behind the scenes with the PlayStation division and Sony's gaming division as a whole. And so I want to make sure to go over this and cover this. People were asking me yesterday because I believe on Tuesday I made a video about something Shuhei Yoshida said, and we covered it in a stream where I basically said that Sony made a big mistake. People were asking me if I was going to give clarification or do like an update because, Yoshida did touch upon this very topic quite extensively and clarified a few things. And so, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing here today. I must feel like a zombie waking up that early. No, not really, actually. It depends. It really depends on the quality of the sleep I get. I like waking up early, but if I don't sleep very well, it doesn't really matter if I get 6 hours or not. If I'm tossing and turning or waking up multiple times, not going to feel good. But I feel pretty good today. Kind of feel like Shuhei is spilling a little too much tea. Got to be careful he doesn't negatively affect Sony. I mean, I think he's well aware of what he can and cannot talk about. At least you would assume. There's no doubt that he has signed probably multiple NDAs, Did we get snow? No, we did not. Luckily. We did not get snow. I don't know if we're going to. I don't think we're getting snow. Best thing he said is that PC is not a priority. Well, he said a lot, dude. We're going to go over. And the thing is, like, I'm going to be providing quotes. So, I'm not going to just be interpreting what he's saying. We're going to be going over specific quotes. Michael, you're saying, hi, Mr. Boss. Yep, boss knows what time it is. Did I buy the Days Gone remaster? No, I did not buy the Days Gone remaster. When it gets closer, I'll probably upgrade to it. I'm still waiting to see if they're going to announce a physical version for it. I'm holding out a little bit of hope. I mean, they did say on the blog post that it's a digital-only title, but I'm holding out a little bit of hope that they're going to come out and be like, actually, we are doing a physical version. Please pre-order. But yeah, I do want to replay Days Gone. It was one of my favorite games last generation. And I hope new people get to experience it because I feel like a lot of people maybe passed on it because of the reviews. Come on, bro. Let's go. Come on. Got to get in position. I feel like quite a few people probably passed on it due to some of the negativity surrounding it because it was, buggy at launch for a lot of people or the negative reviews. And I think a lot of people really turned around on it. I think that, people maybe started to kind of realize actually this is a pretty solid game. It's number 7 on the pre-order charts. That's good. I'm like not surprised in a way because I definitely noticed over the years that more and more people have come out to show support for Days Gone and advocate for it and basically try to let people know that actually, the reviewers kind of got this one wrong. I mean, not to, for the reviewers that got a buggy version before the day one patch dropped, that's understandable. But generally speaking, I think a lot of people just kind of woke up to the fact that this game's actually really good. It does a lot of things well. It's not a perfect game, but do I think Shuhei would work for Microsoft if Phil offered him over $100 million? I don't know. I imagine Shuhei Yoshida is probably doing well money-wise. I don't know if that's one of those things where it's a price has to be put on it. But Michael's asking if anybody else here is from Texas. Yeah, we're gonna go over that, guys. I'm waiting to bring it up because I'm giving it just a couple of minutes to let more people file in, just because I am going live a little bit earlier than usual. So I think some people are not fully aware that we're live right now. So I'm just giving it a couple minutes, just hanging with the chat, letting people file in, and then we're gonna dive deep into all of these questions. Did I see Kojima's PT post? No, actually, I must have missed it. What did he say? What's up, Garrett? What did Kojima have to say about PT? I feel like we'll never stop talking about PT. We'll never stop talking about it. With the Days Gone pre-orders, internet does not reflect real life. No, the internet does not reflect real life. It turns out that a lot of people want to play Days Gone remastered. He put out a poster for it. Interesting. Very interesting. It's always interesting to hear Kojima. Well, not necessarily hear him. I mean, he does talk about it occasionally, but just to see him acknowledging PT. MBG, I've decided to replay God of War 2018. It just reminded me how damn good it is. We'll be replaying Ragnarok next. Well, I hope you enjoy it, man. Perfect Image says, hey, MBG, don't forget to get gangsta when you need to. Yeah, for sure, bro. I did see that. Yeah. Sony is fighting back against the Bungie developer lawsuit with evidence. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's about to get really messy. Michael Wernith saying he's about to start the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. MacTube says MBG was just revealed. Avowed isn't even in the top 90 for Amazon or Microsoft sales. It's a flop. Shaking my head. Where I'm at, it's 26 degrees. So it's pretty cold, but not the coldest it could be. Yeah, I mean, I see people talking. I see people talking about Avowed. I have not been paying much attention at all to Avowed. I don't even know what's going on with that game. I do see some people arguing about whether or not it's like a Skyrim killer or something, and I'm like, I don't know, and I don't care, and whatever, like. Yeah, people are probably making a bunch of comparison videos, I would imagine. All right, guys. Well, we have more people filed in now. Boss, I thought I put you on your tree, bro. Is Avowed a flop? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't sell very well. It's a day one launch into Game Pass, and Xbox players have been conditioned to not really buy games. So I don't know that Microsoft would be surprised if it didn't sell well. I think Microsoft at this point probably anticipates that their games are not going to sell well on their platform. But the question is, how is it selling on PC? I mean, Game Pass is on PC as well, but I feel like there might be probably better sales on Steam. Am I going to go back to Black Myth Wukong? I don't know. Maybe one day I will. It's hard to say. Avowed is doing well as far as engagement. You think Avowed is going to be coming to PS5 in 6 months? I could see Avowed coming to PS5 at some point. I'm not going to play it, but I could see maybe Microsoft wanting to try to get some extra sales, maybe. But James, you're saying Avowed is great. You're saying a lot of people here haven't played it. Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess I imagine it's doing something for Microsoft. I mean, I do see a lot of people talking about it. So, all right, come on, boss. All right, we're gonna dive into this, guys. All right. So I'm gonna be bringing up Zubitech here. Was that up there the whole time? By the way, I don't think it was. But the reason why I'm going to be referring to Zubitech is because he did, I think, an excellent job providing full quotes from Shuhei Yoshida. And that's the important part. I've seen a lot of write-ups. I've seen a lot of different gaming news outlets covering, certain things that Shuhei Yoshida said. But Zubitech in particular, basically, I think he did the best job compiling the most amount of direct quotes from Shuhei Yoshida. And I think given the topics that he's discussing and how easily things can get misconstrued, and even how sometimes I fall victim to, not getting the full context when I'm trying to, figure these things out because everybody kind of reports on it differently. I want to refer to Zubitech here. So he will be. I do also want to say that both the interview from Sacred Symbols, which is currently behind a paywall, the interview is behind, I think, a Sacred Symbols Plus episode. So that will be linked down below on their Patreon if you're interested. And Zubitech's X account will also be linked down below. Just want to make sure I'm giving the credit where it's due here and letting you guys know where this information is coming from. But as I said, there was an extensive interview conducted with Shuhei Yoshida on Sacred Symbols, and a lot of very interesting information came out. So, one of the first things, and I'm kind of just going in the order here that Zubitech reported, but it says former president of SIE Worldwide Studios and head of PlayStation Indies, Shuhei Yoshida, played The Last of Us Part 2 Factions multiplayer game. It was great. The idea for The Last of Us Online came from Naughty Dog, and they really wanted to make it. But Bungie explained to them what it takes to make live service games. And Naughty Dog realized, oops, we can't do that. If we do it, we can't make Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. So that was a lack of foresight. So this is one of the first things that I saw being reported yesterday, and not really that, like, this I wouldn't count as shocking. To me, this is not shocking information. This is kind of what we knew, or at least inferred, but now we're hearing basically, now that Intergalactic has been revealed, we kind of realize we can put all the pieces together, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. We can look at the fact that originally it sounded like Bungie was told to review The Last of Us Online, and they basically were responsible for canceling it because they, again, the impression that people had is Bungie turned to Sony and said, this isn't very good, you guys should cancel it. But that's not what happened. What happened is Bungie reviewed it, and they basically talked to Naughty Dog, and they said, you guys have to understand that the amount of content you have here is only going to be good for maybe 2 or 3 weeks at most. And after that, people are going to be expecting new content on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. So are you guys like set up for that? Do you understand that this is how you're going to have to run this game to make it a successful live service? And it seems like Naughty Dog just basically kind of woke up and was like, wait, no, we didn't really think about that. And so Yoshida says himself here, he says that there was a lack of foresight. He admits it. He admits that Naughty Dog had a lack of foresight. They didn't realize what it was going to take to support a live service game. And that was informed to them by Bungie. And that basically scared them because they realized that, well, we want to make Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet, but if we choose to support The Last of Us Online in the way that we want to support it, then we're probably not going to be able to make Intergalactic. And to me, this brings up a really interesting kind of conundrum, right? What would PlayStation fans prefer? How many PlayStation fans would prefer maybe no Intergalactic? I would actually want to see The Last of Us Online instead. Versus how many fans feel like, you know what, I'm really glad that Naughty Dog, when they had to make this decision, they scrapped The Last of Us Online and they decided to stick with making Intergalactic. For me personally, and this is just me, if I had to choose, I would have preferred to see The Last of Us Online. Maybe my mind will change on that when we see more Intergalactic. Maybe when I see gameplay of that game and it does look really, really good, and I'm like, wow, I actually really want to play this, then maybe I'll be like, okay, you know what? I guess this is the better option. But especially hearing that Shuhei Yoshida is just another individual, another person who got to play The Last of Us Online multiplayer game and said it was great. It feels like it's just continually adding salt to the wound, where it's like, you know, It really seems like, here's my take on this ultimately. All right, my take on this is that The Last of Us Online, I think, was clearly going to be a hit multiplayer live service game for Sony. I know that Naughty Dog maybe isn't, they don't have the like experience per se in supporting live service games, but it's kind of funny to me that people would doubt the gameplay of The Last of Us multiplayer, where it's like, if you've played The Last of Us Part 2, it has some of the best gameplay out there, in my opinion anyway. I think a lot of people would agree. Now you take that, you put it into a multiplayer environment, they created a whole new area to explore in San Francisco. It was clearly going to be kind of open world. Think like The Division meets kind of The Last of Us, something along those lines. I think it's safe to say this game would have been a huge hit because The Last of Us is a big brand. It's one of the most recognizable brands in gaming. It would have succeeded. And so Helldivers 2 wouldn't have been the only big successful game from PlayStation Studios in terms of live service. I think this would have been the second one. I think this for sure would have been the second one. And, it's just not the way it worked out. Naughty Dog had to make a choice. They did make that choice. And so I just thought that it was kind of worth going over this again. The one thing that I want to say before moving on to the next quote from Shuhei Yoshida that he adds to this that I think is important is he says, oops, we can't do that. If we do it, we can't make Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. So that was the choice. That's all it came down to. Bungie let them know you guys are going to have to support this game, with content on a bi-weekly basis. And that would get in the way of developing Intergalactic. And so Naughty Dog said, well, we're not going to do that. What if Factions flopped? I mean, it could have flopped, but I just don't. I think the only way I think Factions could have flopped is, I'll be honest, man, I don't see how it could. I think if this game came out and it was sold for $40, I think it would have sold millions of copies. Easily. It would have sold millions, and I think they would have an extremely large player base. And I think maybe over time it could wane. where like I don't think The Last of Us multiplayer, I don't think it could have flopped. But I think maybe what could have happened is more and more people walked away from it quickly because maybe Naughty Dog would struggle to support it in the way that they need to. But yeah, man, you guys know how I feel about The Last of Us multiplayer. I would have loved to have seen that game come to market. I was very excited for that game for multiple years. I was completely sold on everything that Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog were saying about this multiplayer game, and I'm like, this is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want. And unfortunately, this is how it turned out. So they should have outsourced factions. I mean, that's really the only piece of information regarding The Last of Us factions that we're missing. The only piece of information we're missing is why they did, like, why ultimately Sony and Naughty Dog decided we're going to do nothing with it, right? We're not going to give it to a different studio and let them finish it and support it. Maybe a write-off. Maybe, that's the thing. When we see games like this canceled, a lot of times it can be written down and companies, can kind of make it work for them in that way. So that maybe that's a reason why. We have Soyu here, aka Mr. Hamster, saying Mr. Yoshida came to our Taiwan Gaming Expo last month, and I ran around for hours to try to find him. Sad that I never was able to find him and get an autograph. Oh, that's unfortunate, Mr. Hamster. That's very unfortunate. Yep. Mr. Hamster's still here. Yeah, that sucks, man. Maybe you'll get another opportunity. I mean, Shuhei Yoshida, even though he's retired from PlayStation now, he seems like he still wants to be extremely involved in the gaming industry. So maybe another opportunity will present itself. They should have put Firewalk on factions long term. Well, I think another thing that we're going to learn, maybe we kind of knew this, but when we go deeper into this interview and some of these questions, one of the things that we're going to walk away with is a greater understanding of just how much autonomy Sony gives their studios. I think maybe people don't quite realize how much autonomy Sony actually gives their studios in allowing them to make their own decisions. Not to say that Sony won't step in when they feel like they have to, but they seem to be they seem to take a relatively significant hands-off approach, and I think it's one of these things where like maybe Naughty Dog didn't want to give it to anybody else. They were like, listen, we're going to cancel it because maybe it could return one day. Maybe it could return in the form of Last of Us Factions 2 for The Last of Us Part 3, something along those lines. Maybe down the line it could return, but it's possible that Naughty Dog just didn't want to give it to anybody. But let's go to the next one here. All right. So this is a really important one. Okay? This one provides the clarification for what we discussed on the last stream and in my last video. And I'm glad that we got this clarification because it's helpful. Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat says, Mr. Kojima will be here March 9th in Austin. I will be an Uber and Lyft driver, so I pray to God he gets in my car. Dude, Michael, you got to let me know, bro. That would be insane. That would be I don't think that's going to happen. I'll be honest. I think the truth is Kojima probably has personal chauffeur, I guess. I don't imagine Kojima just using an Uber or Lyft, but I don't want to, crush your dreams, Michael, He's going to be coming in a helicopter. I could see that. And that's how he's going to announce that in Death Stranding 2, you can now fly helicopters. I don't want to dash your hopes and dreams, Michael. So, a man can dream. He's going to come in a Metal Gear. All right. But Michael, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Yeah, guys, by the way, feel free to drop any support while we're going over this. If you want to drop any membership gifts, want to become a member, super chats, direct donations, feel free to do that. Definitely helps out the channel. But Zubitech reports here once again with Shuhei Yoshida. He clarifies his recent comments. Quote, I also said that when Jim suggested if I would do the indie work, that position was created just for me, and I really wanted to do it. I thought that was a great idea because I was very concerned at that time 5 years ago. You remember, PlayStation was criticized that from media, and from indie community that PlayStation doesn't care about indies. I believe that was not the case, but that was a perception, especially in big shows during PlayStation end of PS4 era. The big shows that we put together look like for you just want to focus on AAAs and first-party titles. So again, these are direct quotes. So if they're worded a little bit strangely, it's because he's literally just, they're full quotes. He continues, people and the developers and the publishers, they rely on digital sales. So selling games on PlayStation Store was the only way they were able to put their games to the hands of consumers. I was very concerned because I was a huge fan of indie, how important it is for the industry and the future of the industry. And one of the biggest platforms in the industry, PlayStation should be doing a lot to support the indies. So when Jim suggested, Jim Ryan, to do something, he asked me I want you to do something for the situation to support indies. That came with the message. You leave the first party. Right. But I really wanted to do that. Yeah. So this is, I do think that this is important to highlight because we talked pretty extensively in the last stream and also in the last video how I said that Sony made a big mistake because the way Shuhei framed it, and I think there is still truth to it, but, my interpretation of his framing of it was that he was given that intense ultimatum, like you're either going to step down from first party or leave the company. And to be fair, Shu did say that. That was a quote. He did say that, like, it was either that or leave. But in this new interview, he seems to be clarifying, and I don't know if maybe he's like walking what he said back or trying to mitigate the potential backlash that Jim Ryan would get or Sony would get, but he's basically explaining here that it's actually something he wanted to do, and that Jim Ryan specifically created this because Sony, I guess, or PlayStation at the time, they felt like they really had to make sure to prioritize indies and do everything they could there. So, it doesn't change the fact that he was given an ultimatum because he doesn't deny that here. It's worth understanding that when we go over this quote, he's not saying that he had the choice to remain first party. I mean, he does even say here that, like, I want you to do something for the situation to support indies. That came with the message that you're going to have to leave first party. But, basically what Yoshida is saying here is that he was happy to do that. And I do think that is important clarification because, we can talk about I can talk about how much it may have been a mistake to remove Yoshida from first party, and ultimately maybe it was to a degree. It's hard to determine. But there's no denying that not only did he do great work in the indie space during this whole time, but as he says here, he was happy to do it. So I guess at the end of the day, I don't know that there was much of a real problem here. It just seems like, there was a transition and Jim didn't want Shu as the head of first party anymore. He wanted to appoint Herman, but he saw that there was a really important, I guess, area that Shuhei Yoshida could take his expertise and actually, do something significant with. And I don't know, man. It seems like right now, Sony, they're in a pretty good position, I would say, with indies overall, from what I could tell. I don't see many people complaining about it. So just some further clarification there as to what, Shuhei Yoshida had to say about the situation. And so we will move on to the next one here. Let me make sure this is coming up all right. Okay. So next in line, former president of SIE Worldwide Studios and head of PlayStation Indies, Shuhei Yoshida, on Concord, quote, many of the games came out after I left First Party was started while I was managing First Party, including people talking about Concord. Concord, I signed the prototype contract with Probably Monsters. So this to me is something that's definitely worth highlighting because I have been talking a lot about Concord since, since it was first revealed, and especially from the time that we saw the gameplay leading to its launch and ultimately its demise. And to me, this is a little bit eye-opening because I think, well, I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I'm only going to speak for myself. I was under the impression that Shuhei Yoshida would have had nothing to do at all with Concord. And this is, when we see something like what happened with Concord occur, people look to place the blame. And it's understandable that people are going to do that because people want answers. They want to know who is responsible for this huge mistake. Somebody has to be responsible. And I think it becomes easy to kind of look for one individual to place all of the blame on. But I think the reality that we're looking at here and what this kind of reveals is that, it's a team effort, right? Maybe that's kind of obvious when you take a step back and look at it holistically. It's a team effort. It's not just one individual making all of the decisions. We could say it was Jim Ryan because he wanted to aggressively do 12 live service games at one time. We could say it was Herman Hulst because he saw Concord through to the end and he made sure to continue to fund it and see it to its launch in 2024. We could blame Shuhei Yoshida for being the one to actually sign it on after seeing a prototype where he thought, yeah, this is a good game. We should bring this one on. I think the reality is it becomes clear when we get more information that everybody seemingly made a big mistake with Concord. Shu made the mistake signing the prototype. Jim Ryan made the mistake of saying, yeah, this should be part of our 12 live service games. And Herman Hulst made the mistake of, as it progressed, saying, yeah, this is turning out good. We should take it to the end and give it more money. Right. And that happens. It's unfortunate when that happens because it means that everybody is on the same page, which is usually a good thing. But when everybody's on the same page for a bad product and they kind of fail to see that this is ultimately going to be a bad product and nobody steps in to stop it, well, that's what happens. We get something like Concord. So justice for Jim. Well, see, this is the thing. I see people kind of arguing. They're like, well, we have to apologize to Jim Ryan or we have to apologize to Herman Hulst. I will admit that specifically with Herman Hulst, I think maybe I placed way too much of the blame solely or squarely on his shoulders when the reality is, as we can see here, that it actually the blame, there's enough blame to go around for everybody. You know what I mean? He wasn't in this alone. I owe Jim Ryan an apology. Bro, come on. Are you serious? I definitely don't owe Jim Ryan an apology. The truth is, I've given Jim more than enough credit. Truly, I have. I think, again, we exist in a time where people want either I hate this guy or I love this guy. This guy's either the worst or he's either the best, And I've seen a lot of that. But the reality is I've given Jim Ryan the credit that I believe he deserves. I'm a big believer in giving credit where it's due. And the truth is he transitioned from the PS4 to the PS5 generation and he made it happen, dude. He made it happen during some of the most difficult circumstances. He made sure that a lot of the games that we ended up playing and enjoying throughout this generation didn't get canceled, didn't get rejected. He saw a lot of that through. But he also made critical mistakes along the way that ultimately resulted in, I would say, what is going to be a second half of the generation that is not going to meet its full potential. And he absolutely needs to be blamed for that because he was the CEO. He was the shot caller. Josh, you were saying, to be fair, was a prototype. Yeah, and so that's where, again, like, what Shuhei Yoshida saw was a prototype of, it was a prototype of what was going to be Concord. And I believe in the interview, he talked a little bit more extensively. He was basically saying that he knew they were like really talented developers and they came from Bungie and they were experienced. So he had like a little bit more confidence in them. That's understandable. Come on, bro. It's time to open up your arms and embrace Jim. We have a direct donation from Moonshot. He says, dude, the craziest stat I heard all month is that the Xbox Series X and S sold 2 million total in 2024. Do people realize how bad that is? That's a close-up shop stat. I thought it was 3 million. But either way, if it's 2 million, if it's 3 million, I agree that is truly abysmal. That is dangerously abysmal. Interestingly enough, one of the things we're going to be covering is Shuhei Yoshida giving his thoughts and his opinion on the whole situation going on with Xbox. And yeah, dude, Xbox selling 2 or 3 million consoles for an entire year. Again, man, I understand that people want desperately to believe, for the sake of their own agendas and their own narratives, they want desperately to believe that PlayStation is in the same position, that Sony is in the same position. And if they're not in the same position, they're going to be very soon. One company sold over 20 million PlayStation. I say that like Xbox sells PlayStations. One company sold over 20 million consoles in the same year that the other company failed to sell more than 3 million. They are not the same. They're not going to be the same. And people need to realize that and accept it. They don't have to use it as ammunition to beat people over the head with, you know? They don't have to weaponize it, but they have to accept the fact of the matter that one company has failed to successfully sell consoles. The other is very successfully selling consoles. And that matters when we talk about the bigger picture. That matters when we try to analyze the video game industry and determine who's doing what, who's finding success where, and where could it potentially be heading. Because I can tell you, if you're a person that sees those statistics and comes to the conclusion that I think Sony wants to get away from the console, I think you've come to what I would just frankly call a bad conclusion, and you've conducted a misguided analysis. Yes, we can highlight the fact that it's still tracking 1.6 million units behind the PS4. We can highlight the fact that maybe the console ceiling has been hit. And these things are important to talk about, and they are absolutely relevant to the conversation of the overall health of the console gaming business. But to take those two things and then jump to the conclusion that it's not looking too good, again, I think that's just simply a bad analysis, and it doesn't make any sense. And I think the reality is that Microsoft is simply doing what they need to do, given they're really struggling to sell any consoles. Just like if Sony was in the same position, if Sony only sold, could you imagine what Sony would be doing right now? If Sony only sold 2 or 3 million PlayStation 5s in 2024, think about that. Imagine what they would be doing. They would be doing probably a very similar thing that Microsoft is right now, or the exact same thing, or something even more intense. MBG, you realize that just means GTA 6 will be even more impactful on PS5 sales? Sheesh. Yeah, that's to me one of the more interesting things is the PS5 has held its own, certainly, and done a very good job, and GTA 6 still hasn't dropped. Very curious to see what happens when GTA 6 drops. Also, that could help Xbox quite a bit as well. But yeah, man, that's bad news for the console business, for the console side of the Microsoft gaming business. Well, let's move on to the next one here. This is just a short one where when talking about when talking about live service, he says Helldivers 2 is one of the targeted launch titles of PS5. That to me is very interesting because it just goes to show how much more time and money Sony gave Arrowhead, where this game was supposed to be out by like 2020, 2021, and it just, if what we've heard about Sony's relationship with Arrowhead Studios is true, it seems like they basically saw a lot of potential in Helldivers 2, and they said, we want to give you more money and more time to basically make this game even better. And that, I think, is, we talk about the mistakes that Sony has made, but one of the smarter decisions that Sony has made is having enough insight to realize that there is something special with Helldivers 2, and them deciding to double their investment in the studio, in this game, and in this product, absolutely one of the wisest decisions they made. And I guess I guess at that point you would have that is Herman Hulst, if I'm not mistaken. It's hard to say. I mean, I don't know when they would have doubled the funding. If it happened in 2020 or 2021, then that would have been Herman Hulst. If it happened prior to 2020, that probably was Shuhei Yoshida. But either way, they both saw the potential here, which is good. The next one we'll go over here, I believe, talks about. Well, I'm not sure actually. I didn't read this one yet. Let's go over it together. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please do me a favor and hit that like button. I'd very much appreciate that. So yeah, hit that like button. We're going to continue to go over this interview. All right. So this is Shuhei Yoshida giving further clarification. He says, I really enjoyed managing First Party. I was president of Worldwide Studios for 11 years, but 11 years the same person managing, there are good things, but I can only be one person, so I look at things from one perspective. So I really enjoyed and I wanted to continue if I had a chance. However, at the same time, I knew back in the back of my head that maybe it's good to have a new person come in with very fresh ideas and perspectives and experiences, and especially a younger generation like Herman and Scott Rhodey. These people come in and try new things. So all that was happening. I got a lot of comments on Twitter today after Dean Takahashi's article came out that, well, Jim was bad. I do not really think that badly about Jim. If anything, I really appreciate how he helped me to do the indie job and support it for the last 5 years for the whole company to focus on that. Okay, so further clarification, kind of going back to what we were talking about previously, a couple of really interesting things he says here. It is important. Shuhei Yoshida says, I would have continued to be the head of First Party if I had the chance. He makes it clear that if he was given the opportunity to remain the head of PlayStation Studios, he would have done that. But this is where I think Shu's humility and honestly just overall really positive personality comes in, where he says, but look, I've been here for 11 years. Maybe it is time for new blood. And he's going to look at that optimistically and say, this can be a good thing. And he even goes as far as to say, yeah, he actually calls out Dean Takahashi here, which is interesting. I didn't know he did that. And he's not calling him out, but he's clarifying that, like, for people who think that I don't like Jim Ryan or that I have a problem with Jim Ryan, I don't. And he even says, I'm actually grateful that Jim Ryan gave me the opportunity to work with these indies. Now, I get it, man. Like, I get that people, they're gonna listen to what I'm saying right now, probably. And they'll be like, oh, here we go. You're defending Jim Ryan. Dude, actually, Shuhei Yoshida is defending Jim Ryan. I'm reading you quotes from Shuhei Yoshida. These are words coming from his mouth, not mine. And I'm a little bit surprised. I got to be honest. I mean, he didn't have to say that. He definitely didn't have to go as far to call out Dean Takahashi and then say, actually, that I'm glad Jim Ryan helped me and gave me that opportunity with the indie division. He didn't have to do that. He could have just left it as, yeah, I would have liked to have been the head of First Party if given the chance to stay. And but it's okay because we got new blood in here and give them an opportunity. He could have ended it there. So very interesting turn of events here. This is why getting more context and further clarification is very important when we cover these things, because based off of what I was seeing, prior to this Sacred Symbols interview, it really was kind of looking like, it was starting to look like Shuhei got slighted, somewhat. And Jim really just kind of like kicked him out. But that's not at all how it went down. There's no denying, at least based off of the context that we have, that Jim wanted somebody new, but it wasn't some kind of like bloodbath behind the scenes or something where they're all, at each other's throats or whatever. Seems actually like the opposite. People are too thirsty for drama, but PlayStation Studios as a family is not incompetent. I mean, it's very I will say, if there's one thing I can, there's one thing I can say is I very much respect Shuhei Yoshida, man, because he's out here saying like, yeah, I was part of Concord too. I'm thankful for the indie job that I got to do because I wanted to do that as well. Like I appreciate his humility because I feel like, all the things he's saying right now, he doesn't have to. That's the thing. He doesn't have to. He's retired. If anything, he can be a little bit, if he felt badly about things, he could be a little bit more, I'm going to call a couple things out now. He could be like that. So very interesting stuff we're learning here from Shuhei Yoshida. But let's continue on. Next up, the PlayStation strategy or their strategy change on PC. Now, this is another one that really started to make the rounds yesterday. And I think a lot of people, after reading some of Shuhei Yoshida's quotes, I think a lot of people were kind of jumping to their own conclusions. One of the conclusions that I see people jumping to is that clearly this means Sony's not going day and date with their games on PC. I think that's fine if you want to come to that conclusion. Just be aware that there's no promise of that. Be aware that Shuhei Yoshida does not work at PlayStation anymore and that anything can change at any moment, especially now that he's not there and he won't know about it. But let's go over what was said here. Hold on. My YouTube studio crashed again. Give me one moment, guys. All right. So he says another thing is during my time, our one of the biggest missions that we had as first party is create exclusive PlayStation titles to become the reason for people to purchase hardware. We kind of formed software teams that wanted to release games on PC, but we are only allowed to release smaller games to PC. Helldivers was released on PC and quite successful. He's talking about Helldivers 1, by the way, I believe. I had an agreement not to release big titles on PC during that time, but as game size and investment increased, and so the company changed as everybody saw that after a couple of years, it's safe to release even the AAA titles on PC. And that will do many things like reach new audiences who don't own the console, especially in regions that console gaming is not as popular as PC gaming. And those people become a fan of the game's IP. When the new game or that IP comes out, they might be convinced to purchase PlayStation for the future, of course, add additional income because porting to PC is way cheaper than creating the original title, almost like printing money. And that helps to invest in new titles that the size of investment has increased. So this is what Shu is saying about the PC side. Again, nothing really too new there. I think it is worth noting that one of the things Shuhei Yoshida greatly emphasized, he really put a lot of emphasis on, is China and how popular PC gaming is in China. And he basically was explaining that the console market is very, very nascent, I guess, in China. And because of that, Sony really does want to try to, we know that. We've seen that. Sony wants to make a big impact with PlayStation in China. It's a huge market. There's a lot. It's very lucrative, a lot of money to be made. And this is one of the biggest reasons why they decided that they want to start doing PC ports of their games, even their bigger single-player games, even though it's a couple years later. But this is one of the driving reasons. So nothing too shocking there, I would say, but still interesting. And so we have more here where he talks about Jim Ryan. Kane-Z7, you're saying, hey, MBG, that's what I said before about Microsoft releasing games on PlayStation. Microsoft must be doing the same. It's a 4D chess game. In 10 years, Microsoft will win. It depends on what you mean by win, right? If we're talking about who's going to sell the most amount of games, that's going to be Microsoft. If we're talking about who's making the most profit or who's making the most revenue and extracting the most net profit, I mean, these are things that we don't know. All I do know is that Sony is still making more revenue and I believe more profit as well from the PlayStation division, even after Microsoft acquired ABK and Bethesda. That could change. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying these things take time. They don't happen overnight. And again, it depends on what you're using as the metric that determines the winner, right? The truth is that Sony is going to do what they need to do to extract more money out of their products and their IP. They're going to do that while simultaneously not trying to hurt their console sales. That's why I said a little bit earlier that if Sony was in the same position that Microsoft was in terms of console sales, Sony would be putting everything everywhere. Absolutely, they would. Or at least they would be getting very close to doing that very rapidly because, well, I mean, again, 20.5 million PS5 sold. Imagine if it was just 2 or 3 million. It would be just a completely different discussion. When you talk about a 4D chess move, I mean, none of these moves are 4D chess moves. I think that's what I understand that the popular thing to do online is like, well, Sony, they're ingenious. They know how to maneuver and outflank. Or Microsoft. Look at Microsoft. They're a multi-trillion-dollar company. They know what they're doing. They don't really see Sony as competition. They're going to win in the biggest way possible. And it's like, dude, none of these moves, like buying ABK is not a 4D chess move. It's just a move. You know what I mean? It's just a business move. If Microsoft was somehow able to get Activision Blizzard for half of what they paid for it, now that would be a 4D chess move. But they didn't. They spent $68 billion for it. So it's just a move. It's a business move. It's in the name of winning your own game, that game being publishing, making money, making lots of it, and hopefully extracting a lot of net profit. That's the name of the game, and that's in Microsoft's eyes, that's how they win. The name of the game is exactly the same for Sony, where, yeah, make as much revenue as possible and then extract as much net profit as possible. The difference is we have sold 75 million PS5s. We have a massive platform and massive storefront where it's one of the most popular gaming storefronts, one of the biggest gaming platforms in the world. You know what I mean? It's, again, none of these moves are 4D chess moves. They're just moves that make sense for each given company based off of the position that they're currently in. You know, if Microsoft wanted to be a publisher, like we want to be the biggest publisher and we want to win in publishing, they would have done that from the start. You know what I mean? And they didn't. Just like if Sony wanted to, I guess you could say, if Sony wanted to be more of a, they couldn't be as big of a publisher as Microsoft, but more publisher focused, they would have done that from the start. They would have put more emphasis on that from the start. There's a reason why both of these companies, when they entered the console gaming market, it was about setting up a platform, which eventually evolved into a storefront. So now it's both a platform and a storefront. And then they also started to focus on publishing. None of these moves are 4D chess moves. They're just logical decisions based off of what is your end goal. Your end goal is to create the most consistent revenue stream with the most consistent, I guess you could say, high profit margins possible, right? Or the highest profit margins as consistently as possible. That's the goal. We have a couple of direct donations from Moonshot once again. He said, seeing people claim PlayStation is going multi-platform, PC, Switch too, but to be honest, if it's only Switch and PS5 consoles and both are in their respective lanes, if PlayStation stayed full exclusive with PC releases every 2 to 3 years, then they could basically have the high-end console market for themselves, could realistically sell 200 million. Well, that's the thing here. When we talk about the PlayStation 2, right? The PlayStation 2 was the most successful console ever. It sold, according to Sony, 160 million units, 40 million away from hitting 200 million. But it's worth noting that the PlayStation 2 doing that well was at a time when gaming as a whole, the gaming industry as a whole, was significantly smaller than it is now. But people always talk about the DVD player. The only reason the PS2 hit 160 million is because it was a cheap DVD player. Now listen, people need to kind of wake up and realize that if you, and I actually learned this from Mystic, so shout out to Mystic. Mystic points out the fact quite often that if you look at the attach rate of games for the PS2, it becomes very clear that the DVD selling point of the PS2 is it's a selling point, but that's not like it's not true that that's the biggest reason why it got to 160 million. It's part of the reason. But when you look at the attach rate of software, it reveals to you that holy crap, yeah, everybody who was buying a PS2 was doing it to buy games. They were buying games. Sure, they were, it sweetens the deal that it's also a DVD player. There's I'm not denying that sold the PS2. It did. But I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to acknowledge the fact that when the PS2 was hitting those numbers, it had no competition. I think people don't really talk about that. Yeah, Xbox was there, but it didn't dude, the Xbox was not competing with the PS2. It was just trying to it was trying to break into the market as the new guy. The Nintendo GameCube didn't touch the PS2. You know what I mean? The PS2 had no competition, and it's just I think people overlook that fact where it's what did the PlayStation console do at the time when it had the least amount of competition? It turns out it sold the most amount of units ever. So the DVD, you could make an argument that the PS2 would not be at 160 million without the DVD player. Absolutely. There's no chance. I don't think it would have hit 160 million without the DVD player. But that's why I tried to highlight earlier on that the gaming market during the PS2 era was significantly smaller than it is now. So, Josh, I guess what I'm trying to say here is what you're proposing, it is a possibility. I don't know how confident I am in the likelihood of it. Oh, yeah, dude, wait until the PS5 drops to 400 or 350 bucks. It's easily going to sell up to 200 million units. I don't feel confident in saying that. I just do feel confident in saying that as we see Microsoft getting further and further away from the console market, and as you're saying, if the Switch 2 just kind of has its own lane here that it sticks to, it's going to be very interesting. Very interesting to see how far a console like the PS5 can go under those circumstances. But, and this is a big but, I think Sony needs to pay attention to how much third-party support the Switch 2 is going to get, how strong that third-party support is. If every new game being announced for the PS5 is also being announced for the Switch 2, Sony has to pay attention to that. If you get a game like GTA 6 is not coming to Switch 2 as far as we're aware. You get more games like that are just not going to release on Switch 2, or at least there's no announcement of it, and the Xbox is basically out of the equation. You have PC and PS5. It's going to be very interesting to see what those results look like at the end of the day. But yeah, man, I think that there are a lot of different reasons why the PS2 is the best-selling console ever, but I do think that people often use the crutch of, oh, well, it's just because of the DVD player. It's no, look a little bit closer and you realize that the DVD player definitely helped. It definitely helped, but that's not the only reason. And the amount of people buying games for the PS2 and playing games on PS2 is proof of that. And I feel like, I just basically, I want to know how the PS5 is going to do, not only after GTA 6 comes out, but when the first real price drop happens, if that happens. I want to know, if Sony comes out, the PS5 is now $350 permanently. Really curious to see, because they just sold 20.5 million units they had a short period during the holiday where it was $375, but for the whole year it was, it was still 500 or 450 if you're buying it digital. Elias, a member for 10 months, says, I'm going to take this moment to say F Xbox and their AI. Yeah, I didn't look into that. I saw people reacting to that and talking about Xbox AI or something, use or whatever, and I saw people kind of freaking out. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care enough. I mean, I care about what Xbox is doing, but I don't care that much. You know what I mean? Like, there's just there's a limit, I guess we could say. All right. Guys, by the way, if you haven't already, please take a moment and hit that like button to help the stream. We're going to continue on here with this interview. And Josh, thank you so much for the direct donations, buddy. I do appreciate it. So, Shuhei Yoshida on Jim Ryan, quote, as Jim took over the company as CEO, there are a few of us who grew up with Jim. The same generation worked with him for the longest time. When Jim was head of global sales and marketing, Sean Layden was the chairman of our studios, and I was a president of our studios. And oftentimes when Jim from sales and marketing standpoint made some request, we would say, no, we're not doing it because we are friends, and very easily said no. So probably Jim wanted to create his own team with a younger generation. Sean left before me, and a couple of other people in the worldwide studio management team from the same generation left. And when it came my time, I really appreciated he suggested I do this indie work. That I guess like that's the position he created. So this one I would say is a little bit more interesting. Like I am trying to take almost everything that Shuhei Yoshida is saying here at face value, but the way he worded this, I think, is worth maybe focusing on for a moment. He says, so he highlights that Sean Layden was in charge of, he was the chairman of the studios, and Shu was the head of studios. Jim was the head of global sales and marketing. He says that they're all friends. And he said that there were times where Jim would make a request and they would just say, no, we're not doing it. And he goes on to say that this is probably why Jim wanted to create his own team. Like, I mean, it doesn't mean there's bad blood per se. It just means that like Jim basically was like, I don't want to appoint you guys in positions where you can tell me no. I don't want you guys to be problematic in my vision here. So it definitely reveals what I think it reveals is what we all suspected. And that is that when Jim Ryan took the reins and when Jim Ryan took the ship, he's going to do things his way. He has his own vision, his own goals. And, look, if I really want to go deeper into this and I'm really trying to overanalyze what Shu is saying here, he could, look, this is just me reading way too into it, but he could be basically saying here that Jim knew when it comes to his live service vision that we would have said no. We would have rejected that. We would have thought it was a bad idea. And he didn't want that to be a problem. I'm not saying that's what Shu's saying. I'm just putting it out there that underneath what he's saying, that could be a possibility. But still interesting. He again at the end, he says they were friends, dude. From what I can tell, listen, unless Shu's really good at acting and pretending, he seems like not like real. I mean, they're talking about work friends. You know what I mean? Obviously, I don't think he means like real friends. Like, oh yeah, me and Jim hang out on the weekends. Like, no, I think he's obviously talking about like work friends. Like they have a friendly working relationship. You know what I mean? Like there was no bad blood. I think if there was bad blood, I mean, he could be lying, dude. I'm not saying I don't think Shuhei would lie. He seems like the last person that would lie. But it's like, all right, maybe lying's too strong a word. He could be stretching the truth a little bit, maybe, and he could be sugarcoating things a bit. He could be doing that. It's a possibility. Maybe things were much more intense behind the scenes. Maybe there was more bad blood than he's letting on. But he doesn't want to cause strife for Sony and problems for Sony, especially now that the people he's talking about are gone. But I don't know, man. Shu seems like the type of person where he's just going to tell you like it is, and he's not going to care, you know. So that's why I'm willing to take what he's saying at face value. Like, all right, well, dude, he doesn't have to come out and say we were all friends. He doesn't have to say that, and he's saying it. So interesting stuff. All right, let's see what's next in line here. More information regarding PC. So Shuhei, when he was asked on porting PlayStation Studios games on PC, he says, quote, "When publishers release games on multi-platforms, especially on PC, the number one market country is China. China is a huge PC game market, and China is growing, but still a very small console market. In order to reach audiences in countries like China, PC is crucial. I believe having PC SKU really reaches new audiences, and not releasing day and day, right? Taking 1 year or 2 years or sometimes 3 or 4 years after the release of the original PlayStation version. I don't think you know. I think he meant. I don't know if sounds like he's saying. I think you know that probably. I don't think you know that hurts probably people who have purchased on PlayStation of that game would have purchased already. So I think what he's just trying to say there is that releasing the game 1, 2, 3, or 4 years later doesn't hurt the console or the people who purchased it on PlayStation already. So this is the quote, and I saw a video clip of this going around. This is the one where people are basically saying that this is kind of proof that Sony's not going to go day and date. And I do think that it's interesting to go over what Shu is saying here, because he is saying basically what we all think. And it's worth noting that he just left Sony. So it's not like he's not out of the loop. You know what I'm saying? He's not out of the loop. He just left Sony. What he's telling us, this is how it is right now at Sony. But as I said earlier, I do not think it's a wise decision for people to jump on this and run with it and assume that, well, this is what Shu said right after he retired from Sony. So clearly this, that's how it's going to stay, and they're not going to put their games day and date. I would not assume that. Now, at the same time, I think it's completely okay to say, well, yeah, this is what we've seen. This is how it's still going, and it's going just fine. There are no problems. All of the games that Sony has announced, such as Saros, Wolverine, Death Stranding, Ghost of Yotei, Intergalactic, they're all announced for PS5 and PS5 Pro. No mention of PC whatsoever. So I know that, again, the popular thing to do is to get into arguments online about who's right. I'm telling you, this is how it's going to be. You have to be stupid to not see it. Or, people in complete denial where they're like, Sony needs to stop putting their games on PC at all, even though that's just clearly not going to happen. I just think the truth, again, it's right there in the middle, where it's like, where we stand now is Sony's strategy is working, and they seem to be content with it. What could happen in the future, especially now that we have completely new management in and new leadership, is unknown. And that's that. And I think that, I think the part of this quote that people are really hanging on to is the part where Shu says, I believe having a PC SKU to reach a new audience is really to reach a new audience and not releasing day and date, right? Taking 1 year, 2 years, or sometimes 3 and 4 years after the original PlayStation release. I think people are, I think people are reading that as like, oh, so that's what Sony's doing, right? Like, there you go. That's what they're going to do. And it's like, that's what they've been doing, and that's what they're currently doing. Doesn't mean, especially because this is coming from somebody who just retired from the company, doesn't mean this is what they're going to continue to do. We have to understand that. So I do think that, and I've reiterated this a couple of times recently. I think Sony should just continue the way they've been doing it. I think it works. I think that, one of the things that Shu did mention earlier is he was like, yeah, putting it on PC is like printing free money. That's how he worded it. So I'm like, geez, man. Yeah, if that's the case, then just keep doing it the way you're doing it. This is printing free money, right? Why not? It's not hurting anybody. Saying if releasing PC ports is like printing money, Sony will eventually release day and date on Steam. And that's another way of looking at it. Yeah, it could be that, well, if it prints money to release it a year later, 2 years later, 3 or 4 years later, how much more money could it print if we just released it day one, right? Yeah, I think that's another way of potentially viewing it, but I'm not entirely sold on that notion just because I think what Sony's going to need, here's what I think is what's going to be needed. I've talked to you guys numerous times about how I could see Sony deciding they want to experiment with a game and say, okay, let's just drop this game day and date on PC and see what happens. This big single player game. I've talked about how they would want to maybe experiment with that to get the answer. How big of a difference is it going to make sales-wise? But I think there's a second part of this, and it's actually seeing the most recent PlayStation sales data that led me to this conclusion, and that is that Sony is actually surprised at how well the PS5 is doing right now. That's what basically Hiroki Totoki was saying. He was saying that it's actually doing better than they expected. This leads me to think that they are probably just going to save that for when it's needed. That's my assumption at this point. Like, if console sales are going great, your game sales on your console are going great, and you're just printing free money with your year, 2, 3, 4 year later PC ports, that's fine, But I think what it's really going to take is a noticeable dip in console sales. I think once Sony sees that, that will push them over the edge to be like, okay, well, console sales are starting to dip, and they're not going back up. They're not maintaining, a straight line. They're just starting to go down. And none of the games we're releasing or have been releasing seem to be changing that trajectory. It's falling below our expectations. Let's give it a shot. I think that might be what does it. Because it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense where it's like, why play that card when you don't need to play that card yet? Day and date will never happen. The end. I don't agree with that. Prince, you think I'm wrong? Well, the thing is, man, I just try to remind people of something. Okay? I try to remind people that there was a time where some PlayStation players, or not even just PlayStation players, but people who analyze the game industry, there was a time where they told you and me and themselves with 100% certainty, 100% confidence that Sony will never put their games on PC. And then look at where we are now. Now every game practically goes to PC, eventually. I just think that this is worth keeping in mind when we talk about, when we talk about these things. It's worth keeping in mind. Again, that's not me saying, so you better believe they're going day and date next month or next year. I'm not saying that either. I'm just telling you that I think the best way when if you're trying to map out whether or not they're going to go day and date, I think the best way to go about it is to understand that a lot of the things that we thought were impossible and would never happen are all coming to pass. Not only are Sony games, are they on PC now and continuing to go to PC, and we even saw them put a game on Switch too, but now we're seeing Xbox put all their games on PlayStation. If you had asked people this 3 or 4 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago at this point, they would have said that's impossible. I just think people, it is fascinating to me that people are still willing to speak with such confidence from the outside. That's all. I just find that surprising where it's what gives you, why do you think you know? And that goes for the other side as well, dude. I see that more often, by the way. Well, obviously, this is where everything's headed. Sony's going to be a publisher, and it's what What makes you what makes you so confident in that? Like what makes you what you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I understand that it's a popular thing to do, but I just don't know that I could be that arrogant. Maybe in the past I was, but I just don't have that type of confidence anymore where it's like, dude, I don't know what Sony's going to do. I'm just looking at what's in front of me and trying to make sense of it and trying to assume, well, what they're doing seems to be working, so why not just stick with that? Like Sony's going to learn a lot from Western regions on how Lost Soul Aside does in conjunction. That's true. Oh yeah, good point. That could be the experiment. That could be the experiment. I don't know. It's a small. Well, I don't know if it's a smaller game, but I don't know the anticipation level for that game. What's up, Chris? Sony collapse 2025 confirmed. I don't know about that guy, Gravity. Sony collapse. The famous Sony collapse of 2025. I mean, the truth is, Sony as a company is doing better than they ever have, but there are things that are clearly things are either going to stay the same or they're going to change, right? I don't think there's any going back, though. Michael, you're saying even if day and date happens, there are reasons to not go to PC. The price, console versions are better optimized. I don't think day and date is the ammunition that PC players think it is. Well, dude, I've literally gotten made fun of before for saying something similar to what I'm about to say, which is, dude, most PC players don't care, man. You get what I mean? Like they don't care about what PlayStation fans think about Sony going day and date. They just want Sony's games. Like they just in the same way that it's like we're like, oh yeah, we'll take Xbox's games if they're going to bring them over here. Sure, you want to go day and date Xbox? Cool. We're fine with that. More games. PC players don't care, dude. In the same way, where they're just like, hey, Sony, we would love to have your games over here. You know, if you don't want to, you don't want to. That's whatever. I would buy it, but if you ever go day and date, we're here. But there are these nonsensical groups online. They're all over the place, dude, where they're just like, listen, the people you see talking in these hyperbolic, over the top ways, which sometimes I do, and I'm not saying you should take everything I say as gospel, certainly not. But, everybody's trying to court the biggest possible audience by shouting the loudest or being the most vitriolic, right? And it's like, they don't represent normal people. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Like, you'll find maybe some of the most passionate PC gamers online, they're not normal. I'm not normal. You're not normal. Like you're talking about passionate groups of people who are in this so deep that it's like, people get so, and it happens to me too. You fall victim to like the illusion, I guess. The illusion that like, dude, that's not real life, bro. Like 90% of people don't give a shit. Not nearly as much as you think they do, or you're making it sound. And I do think that if Sony went day and date, I've tried talking to people about this before. Sony is not doing day and date for the sake of PlayStation fans. And that's where the weirdness comes in. It's like how it's like, do you remember last year when you saw certain Xbox fans kind of coping the way they did? And I don't really use that word that often, but it's like, it's just, and it wasn't many, but you did see some of them where they're like, it's just 4 games. Don't get your hopes up. Knock it off. Just 4 games. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, bro, first off, I don't think anybody cares nearly as much as you're making it seem like they do. But everybody, it's just it just is unnecessary, is what I'm trying to point out. Like it's totally unnecessary to convince yourself of one thing or the other, when in reality, it's like you don't know, and there's certain evidence maybe around you to indicate that it might not be what you want it to be. You get what I'm saying? The port begging era. I love that. Yeah, it's the port begging era, dude. Well, to be fair, RBG, it's all kind of new to all of us gamers, right? So why wouldn't they think that they were told that? No, I get what you're saying, and that's fair too. Yeah, and I'm not saying there isn't some level of shock. I do think the shock factor is real, and I think it's understandable. Where it's like, whoa. I would say it's not I'm not downplaying the surprise factor as much as I'm trying to downplay the reactive factor, right? The initial reaction from everybody is, whoa, I didn't expect that. And that's fine. That's actually an appropriate reaction. Like, yeah, I don't think anybody really, truly woke up today expecting that. But it's what comes after that, where it's like, and this is really bad and really dumb. Or this is amazing, this is the best thing ever, and this is the future of gaming. And it's like, I get why that has to be the follow-up, but it's like, when you process it a little bit more, you let it marinate for a little bit longer, you kind of realize, like, how much has really changed here at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, how much in your life just changed? Truly. And I think that the conclusion that, again, 90% of people come to, or even I would say as far as 95%, is it really didn't. You know what I mean? It didn't change much at all. Maybe some things, for some, I mean, I could kind of understand, like, if you're an Xbox player and it's like, I just found out Xbox is like going to be porting like most of, or if not all of their games to PlayStation. I can understand why what changes is, well, I'm going to get rid of my Xbox and go to PlayStation now, or go to PC. Yeah, that's a significant change. But I don't know, man. I see so many arguments, man. I see so many people, and I get wrapped up in it. I do. You guys know that. Even though I'm here today and I'm telling you that the internet is not indicative of reality. It's not reflective of how people actually are. And certainly not normal average people, if that's, the metric we're using here. I fall for the illusion as well. Yeah, I really do. And that's because I spend a lot of time on the internet. And it's just sometimes I kind of need that wake-up call and that step back to realize, like, bro, this isn't how it really is. People are not really like this, Most people who are like that on the internet are only like that on the internet because they can get away with it. But it's like, do you think they're out there? Maybe some people are talking to their groups of friends or their family or whatever, or, they socialize in that way. I'm going to say most people probably don't. Most people are probably just very normal, And the internet is kind of a place where they could be anonymous and they could be however they want to be. And it's easy to do that. It's very easy to do that. And so a lot of people will do that. But, if I'm trying to give my most honest analysis that I possibly can regarding these different situations, from what I gather, it does seem like right now there's a really important quote from Shuhei Yoshida later as we're going through this. There's a really important one, and I'm going to kind of like hint to it now, where he talks about the fact that the live service directive, that we place all of the blame on Jim Ryan, and I would say like 90% of the blame goes to Jim Ryan, or 80% of it at least, for the live service failure. Something that I actually wasn't aware of, but I guess actually makes complete sense, is that the live service directive was actually from Sony's CEO, not Jim Ryan. The directive came from the very top. And I was thinking to myself, why is Kenichiro Yoshida no longer the CEO of Sony? Why did Hiroki Totoki just take his place? And now it all makes perfect sense. It all makes perfect sense because it's like, dude, Kenichiro Yoshida was the one at the very top as the CEO who said, guys, we're doing great in single player. We need more live service, though. Can't blame him. He's just doing his job as a CEO where he's like, what's up with all these live service games? They're making all the money. Why don't we have any? So then that gets passed on to Jim Ryan, where it's like, Jim, you're the guy now. I hope you got a plan. And Jim's like, I got a plan, baby. Let's go. 12 live service games can't fail. I will not fail you, Mr. Yoshida. And then he fails him. And then the whole thing blows up, right? And so, like, from top to, and this is why, when we think, like, why is Herman Hulst not fired? It's because, dude, I think at the end of the day, like, it's not that Herman didn't make critical decisions that failed as well, but it's like Herman had nothing to do with the decision to go live service. I think that's the important thing to understand here. And for me, the surprising part is the fact that it was Sony's CEO, dude. I thought it was purely a Jim Ryan thing. I really thought that. So now we have a whole new Sony CEO, dude. It's not just Hideaki Nishino as the head of SIE. Dude, we have Hiroki Totoki. How does Hiroki Totoki feel about this stuff, bro? Poopy Snoopy says, it's simple. If people like console, play there. If PC is the preference, play there. I don't see why it's such a big deal. Most games are on both. I agree. I think it is simple, Poopy Snoopy. I do think it can be that simple. I think that, and this is just a raw truth that I think a lot of people don't want to acknowledge. I think a lot of people feel the need to make conversations more interesting than they actually are on the internet. Again, I am one of these people. I'm not acting innocent. You know, I am also a YouTuber. I'm also a content creator, and I also understand that I have to keep people engaged and keep them interested. And one of the most surefire ways to do that is to spice it up. You know, people love the spice. People love the zest, and I don't mind doing that on occasion. But when I take a look around and I see, like, just how bad it's actually getting out here, where it's like, Jesus, man. I think maybe this is being taken a little bit too far. It makes me realize, like, I just don't want to participate in that. You know, at least not willingly. I do want to. I'd rather just come to that conclusion, Poopy Snoopy. I would, because that conclusion is one that I think a lot of people want to reject. You know, I think a lot of people don't like. They see it as pacifism, where it's like, nah, bro, that's weak. And it's like, dude, we're talking about video games. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about video games. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just as passionate as the next guy, but we got to keep things in perspective. That's all. And Poopy Snoopy, you're saying, what does Herman do? LOL. Well, I think Herman does a lot. I think Herman's job is he has to visit the studios. He has to understand what they need to do what they need to do. He has to be the one to figure out, what do these studios want to do? What's your next game pitch? I think that the reason why Herman didn't get canned is because, or sacked, I should say. It's a better word to use. Herman didn't get sacked because I think somebody, maybe it was Hiroki Totoki or Hideaki Nishino, somebody at Sony, I think kind of realized that Herman was just, you know, he wasn't the one who said, we're going to do 12 live service games. He was the one that when Jim Ryan said, we're going to do 12 live service games, you figure out where those games are coming from now. And he was kind of put in this really tough spot. And I'm not trying to defend Herman. There's no need to defend him. It's just, I'm trying to look at it from an objective standpoint where it's like, all right, well, I guess I got to go find 12 live service games. And it's like, yeah, I'm not really sure who could be successful at that. I'm not saying Herman shouldn't be blamed for, like, he should be blamed for not realizing that, dude, look, man, I understand that you're kind of new to this, and I understand that you're given this directive for 12 live service games, but you think Concord's the one, bro? Like, what? This is the one you think? Again, hopefully a learning experience, but I just think that, there is a specific reason Herman is still in place where he is. And this isn't a matter of placing bets. It's not a matter of giving somebody more credit than they deserve or giving them more flack than they deserve. I think at the end of the day, it's just a matter of understanding that, like, dude, this is the guy who's going to do the job. And a lot of stuff just happened, good and bad. A lot of good and a lot of bad. I'm just going to try to look at the glass half full and say, well, I hope they learn from it, and I hope they understand what needs to be done going forward to the benefit of us all. And if not, then we'll have to acknowledge it and talk about it. You know? You're saying Herman supported Concord. Come on, man. Fire this clown. Well, it's like I said earlier. I don't know if you were here, Steve, when I was talking about it, but one of the more interesting things that we learned about Concord with this interview is that, and I guess maybe it should have been obvious from the start, but hindsight 2020 and all, it was a group effort. Herman, it wasn't just Herman who made Concord a reality. It was Jim Ryan, it was Shuhei Yoshida, and to a degree, it was even Kenichiro Yoshida. I'll be honest, man. Like, I don't know why I overlooked the fact that Kenichiro Yoshida stepped down as CEO. Like, I feel like I was so caught up in Herman Hulst remaining the head of PlayStation Studios. I was so caught up in Hideaki Nishino getting promoted to SIE's president that I just didn't really fully grasp the implications of bro, Kenichiro Yoshida just got replaced. I think it just goes to show, man, that from top to bottom, the directives come from the top. And I think it's Jim Ryan retired, but you're the one who told this guy to go live service. It makes me wonder if Jim never got the directive to do the live service games from Kenichiro Yoshida. It makes me wonder how much differently he would have done things if he would have done them differently at all. Maybe he believed in it as well, and he would have done it the same way. Poopy Snooper, you're saying the new Switch OLED bundle with Mario Wonder to supposedly release this month. They going for that collector's market. Anything to push sales toward the PS2. Yeah, man. I'm really curious to see, since we are at that point where it's the next few months are it's going to be the last major squeeze, I guess you could say, to get as many Switch sales as you can before the new one rolls out. Because there is a chance when the Switch 2 rolls out that the Switch 1 falls off a cliff, right? And hardly anybody's buying it anymore. Because the Switch 2 is an extremely iterative console. The Switch 1 will always have the benefit of being the cheaper console, but yeah, man, I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to. I'm really curious to see if they're going to be able to catch the PS2. That's going to be a funny day, man. I wonder if Sony will congratulate them, Poopy Snooper, you're saying now they still have to do a price drop. Yeah, there is that as well. There is that. Yeah, I think they're going to do it. I'll be honest. I would like to see Sony, hold on to that. Because the PS2 is such a great console. I would love to see that remain the king, but you got to give credit to the Switch, man. They are no joke. I mean, the Switch has been no joke. How long will Switch 1 support last when the Switch 2 releases? Probably for at least, I would say, a year or two, at the very least. Sony has to restock the PS2. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying that. I'm like, bro, Sony, listen, just resell the PS2 for no reason. Don't even give a reason. Just say we're just selling it again for a year. Limited run. It'll sell. It'll sell. People will buy that just for the sake of buying it, man. Just for the novelty. It's not even a novelty. It's just for the nostalgia, right? Of wow, I have a PS2 now. I'm not going to use the DVD player. I don't even have any games to play on it, but check out my PS2. Make a special edition. That would be cool. Sony would have to be so petty to do that, though, and it would almost be a bad look. Maybe it just would straight up be a bad look, where it's guys, why are you selling the PS2 again? And they're no reason, In reality, everybody knows it's because you're afraid you're going to lose your number one spot, aren't you? That would be so funny, man. So petty. Poopy Snoopy, you're saying Nintendo has already confirmed Switch 1 support for years to come. Did they? Okay. All right. Well, there you go, man. I would say that probably seals the deal then. I would have thought that maybe Nintendo would have been a little bit more reluctant to frame it that way, just because it's my assumption is they want to try to push as many people as quickly as possible to get the Switch 2. But yeah, I mean, you consider how massive the install base of the Switch 1 is. Yeah, I mean, it also makes sense that they're going to be we want to support it for as long as we can, or for many years to come. PS2 GOAT Edition. No, I'm not saying that they would have cut them off. I just mean like I could see Nintendo just maybe like shunning the Switch One a little bit, like just kind of not really talking about it much more because they're just that focused on moving people over as quickly as possible. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's that's such a massive install base to sell, of customers to sell games to. It's hard to ignore. And Poopy Snoopy again says PS2 was in production from 2000 to 2013, so the Switch One still has 5 years to catch up. Oh man, yeah. I guess I didn't really view it that way too. I didn't realize 2013 was it that long? The PS2 was in production for 13 years. Oh man. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I didn't realize it was that. I thought it ended production like 2010 or 11 or something. No, actually, yeah. No, I would have thought that, multiple years into the PS3 generation, that's when production would have ended, but I guess that's just how popular the PS2 was, man, where it's just like nah, people in other regions of the world maybe. I think I remember hearing something like in Brazil or something, PS2s were still selling like pretty briskly because they finally became affordable, which is kind of wild to think, but yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting how that works. But why would anyone continue to buy the Switch after this year when the Switch 2 is backwards compatible? I guess it's the pricing, the pricing and the game catalog. I think for a lot of people, it's just, I mean, that's why we mentioned the price drop earlier, then when the price drops for the Switch One, dude, I think that there's just going to be people, I don't know, especially like young kids. That's my guess, but we will see, man. Interesting times ahead with the Switch 2 for sure. Let me move to, hold on. Kind of forgot I was lingering on this. Let's move. This one's a long one. All right. But I think this one is a juicy one. We have Kane Z7 saying Brazilian here. I can confirm the PS2 is very popular here, but it's not the pricing. It's about piracy. It's quick and easy to download a soft mod and play. Interesting. Well, thank you for giving us that insight, Kane. I didn't realize it's not even the pricing. It's the piracy. Very interesting stuff. And Mulewin, I think that's how you say it, saying, Vinit, The Last of Us multiplayer is doing his own studio. Respect. Did he leave Naughty Dog? I recognize the name. Like when you say he's doing his own studio, do you mean that he basically is like moving on from Naughty Dog in January? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, I wish him the best of luck. Some of the more interesting games that we're seeing these days revealed and some of the more interesting products that we're seeing are from these, prolific developers who come from, their veteran status. They've worked at these AAA studios for so long and they're moving on to make their own studio, to make their own type of game. So I wish him the best of luck and I hope we get something great out of it, man. Illegal Monkey, you're saying, I remember modding my PS2. It was very easy. Then it would play bootleg games. He posted a message. They put him on Intergalactic, and he was so depressed about losing his passion project, and he said, F it, and is just doing his own thing. Oh, wow. That depresses me in a way, man. See, I think that's something that's maybe going a little bit overlooked here, dude. Because we were talking about this earlier. That was his like The Last of Us multiplayer was his passion project. Put like 4 years into it. What about the devs that are upset about that? That wanted to see that come out, and maybe there. I think it's safe to say that like this is proof that there were developers at Naughty Dog who didn't want to make Intergalactic. Like if they were given the choice, go through with The Last of Us Online or make Intergalactic. That's a tough one, man. I really hope Intergalactic is worth it. That's That's all I can hope for at this point. Because I did say earlier that right now, if you gave me the choice, if Sony called me, Hiroki Totoki calls me with a translator, of course, says, MBG, listen, we got a choice to make. We either bring back The Last of Us multiplayer, see it through, and you finally get it, and we cancel Intergalactic, or we just stick with what we're doing. We already canceled The Last of Us Online, and we got to go with Intergalactic. I'll be honest, in this moment, I'm going to say cancel Intergalactic, bro. I'm going to be honest. That's what I would say. But to be fair, though, if they were like, well, let's show you both. If I got to see both right in front of me, like I get to play both. Play a little bit of Last of Us Online for a couple hours, then you get to play a little bit of Intergalactic for a couple hours. I would be able to very easily make a decision after that. And I just hope that Intergalactic's worth it, dude, because now something that has shifted for me with all of this is I now look at Intergalactic as that's the game. Like, we thought it was Bungie that killed The Last of Us Online. No, it was Intergalactic, dude. And I'm like, well, I just hope that by the end of it, it really feels like it was worth it, because everything about The Last of Us Online seemed like it was going to be really good, man. Poopy Snoopy, you're saying negatives of working for corporations. Oh, there's a lot of negatives, I imagine. He said, to be fair, he didn't say the single-player game he was working on was Intergalactic. It was more likely The Last of Us Part 3. Intergalactic was 2020 as well. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I imagine The Last of Us Part 3 is in development as well. Listen, man, all will be forgiven. Listen, when it comes to Naughty Dog, for me, I just hope they're not so stubborn, dude. And I guess I'm specifically talking about Neil Druckmann here. I hope he's not so stubborn to be like, listen, dude, the least you could do, and this is the least. And in my eyes, all will be forgiven, and I will be happy. And I think most Last of Us fans, if not all Last of Us fans, would be happy. When you release The Last of Us Part 3, please do a Ghost of Tsushima Legends situation for Fractions 2. Please deliver what what we were promised at one point and never got. And making fans wait for like years just to find out, like, never mind, we're not doing this. I feel like that's the least they could do, and I think it would make everything okay, where it's like, we had to wait a lot longer than we thought, but we ended up getting that Factions 2 that we had all hoped to get on top of The Last of Us Part 3, and everything's fine. And it's not a live service. It's what we were promised from the start. So that's my hope. But yeah, I guess we'll see, man. Don't hold my breath. I probably shouldn't. I am prepared to find out that they're not going to do that, and I think that would be a mistake, dude. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, please take a moment and hit that like button for me. I'd really appreciate it. Appreciate all the support you guys continue to show the channel. We're gonna read this next quote. This is a long one, but I think there's a lot to extract from it. Okay, so this is Shuhei Yoshida and what he had to say about first and third person shooter games, as well as Sony's live service games push. Quote, "The way first party was managed under my time and the way they were managed under Herman's time, it made a big difference in my mind. Couple of things. One thing was, so in my time, I was managing software development like software business within the company, even though we are not exposed to the outside as a separate business, which means I had a finite annual budget, several $100s, millions of dollars to assign to allocate to projects. I had enough revenue from these titles to cover the cost of development and marketing, like a virtual company. I had the title president in that situation, looking at the market of online games. So we released, SOCOM, Resistance, and Killzone. And I felt we released good games and the people liked it, but competing online games on just one platform is really severely handicapped because online games, you want lots of people to play. There are already, successful games like Call of Duty on PlayStation. The online games seem to be the market, that winner takes it all. And when the game is successful, more people play it kind of market. To me, instead of trying a new game or continuing a series that we had in that huge red ocean, we should stick to what we know. We can do well and we can help the platform to succeed with. The change after I left was bit by bit after Kaz Hirai became the head of Sony and Yoshida-san and Totoki-san had really good understanding of that video game market. Before Kaz's time, Sony headquarters were managed by people from electronics business or some other software businesses. Didn't really understand the video game market, so Kaz and Andrew House try to kind of just let us do our job. We know what we are doing and contribute to Sony as an arm's length kind of relationship. Yoshida-san, now he's talking about former Sony CEO Kenichiro Yoshida, who just recently got replaced by Hiroki Totoki. He says Yoshida-san really studied hard about the video game business and started to be more involved in the PlayStation business. I felt that one of the things we are criticized when I was managing first party, PlayStation first party has good single player games, but they don't have successful online service games, and especially from the investors. Investors love service games right during that time, and COVID. It's a little bit all over the place with the translation, guys. It's not even a translation, but a little bit of broken English. Investors really wanted to put a lot of money to invest in a new startup that did service games because service games for investors, once successful, has a very sustainable, predictable, stable revenue and profit. On the contrary, when you have only worked on single-player games, when the game comes out, it's a big revenue and profit that year, and it comes down to when new games comes out, goes back up, but investors do not like that. They like more predictability and sustainability. So that criticism onto Sony, who owned the PlayStation business, that criticism went to Sony, who owns the PlayStation business. I suspected when Jim Ryan took over, he got the CEO job for PlayStation. Probably there were conversations between Sony HQ and Jim that this is something you can try. And Sony, to their credit, gave a lot of new money to SIE for Herman to invest. Oh, he says for Herman. I don't think they asked Herman to stop doing or reducing doing single player and move the money to work on service games. They said that you can continue doing what you're doing well on single player development, but in addition, try the service games. And so they gave a lot of money. I think the size of investment by SIE on first party products probably have doubled from my time to Herman's time. So this, I think, I know that was a difficult read through because again, there's some broken English there. But it's a direct quote, and so what's really interesting, there I would say a few really interesting things to extract here. Number one, he points to Kenichiro Yoshida studying up on the games industry and deciding, the CEO of Sony deciding he wants to get more involved with PlayStation. So I think that's kind of the beginning sign of like, we should do live service games. He mentions COVID. He mentions 2020. He mentions around this time, this is when the service games were becoming even more popular than ever before because everybody's inside now playing these service games. And the investors basically demanded it. They were like, you got to do this. And so Jim, he was the head of Sony at this time. And, Shuhei speculates that there were conversations that took place between the board of Sony and Jim where they were like, we want you to do this. Here's all the money. And he does mention how Herman was basically given that money. It's funny because now I'm starting to think, wait a second, hold on. Hold on now. But he was basically saying that Herman and Jim were given all this money to dump into live service. And basically they told Jim and Herman, you don't have to change anything you're doing with the single player. So when you see this picture painted, right, and you think about everything that Shu is revealing, and he does mention that the time from the money he was getting for the games that he was putting out versus the amount of money that Herm was getting, like basically it doubled, right? It seems to me the big, huge mistake that Sony ultimately, not just Herman, not just Jim, but I mean, it wasn't even just Sony, but even the investors pressuring Sony. Everybody fell for the live service trap. And I think that's all it really boils down to, is they had all this money they made from the PS4 generation, and they're like, we got to reinvest this. What do we dump it on? Do we dump it on the single player games that have brought us to this point? Or do we allocate the necessary amount to maintain those single player games, then take everything else and just dump it in the live service? And that's exactly what they did. They said, we're going to double up, we're going to triple up on live service, and we're just going to keep doing what we do with single player. And what's interesting about this is, like, you can't help but think when hearing all of this, when reading all of this, how much different would the generation be right now if Sony was like, we're not dumping all this money in live service, we're actually going to dump it into our single player and do even more in single player. You know, you can't help but wonder what it would be like. It's water under the bridge now. It doesn't matter. But this is where you have to wonder, like, what now? What does Sony decide to do now? What are the investors telling them now? This is the question I have, because it's like, well, you could try again with live service. I don't think that's going to happen. You could, now decide to maybe dump more money into single player. I think they should do that. Go cross-platform. I don't know. You really think the investors would be asking them to do that? I don't necessarily. I don't think that's what they would be pressuring them to do, dude. Again, one of the more recent investor calls we got between Sony and from Sony was, one of the investors was asking, and this is like a major investor, are you going to cannibalize PS5 sales by putting games on PC? Like, dude, the investors seem to understand and believe in, like, Sony's approach to it here. It's just, I think Sony's struggling to find areas where there can be substantial growth. And I think that's probably the real struggle. Investors are going to want PC day one to make up for the losses. I mean, there's no denying that investors are feeling pretty bullish right now on Sony, because once Kenichiro Yoshida was replaced by Hiroki Totoki, Sony's stock shot up. So the investors are very excited to see what Hiroki Totoki is going to do. And I don't know. I don't know enough about Mr. Totoki to deduce, like, what I can expect from him. The only thing I feel like I do know is that he doesn't know that much about games. He was the interim CEO before Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst were placed as the, co-CEOs or whatever. So he did spend a certain amount of time, like we did here. He was visiting the studios and learning about the business and getting more familiar with it. And I guess we're going to find out what his takeaways were. Right? Like, we're going to find out, like, this guy just basically learned the business, and yeah, I got to get Mr. Totoki on speed dial, bro. I am curious, though. I am really curious, because he is the money guy. He is the bean counter. He's all about growth and profitability. And so I really wonder what his strategy, like, what is his mandate going to be? What is his directive to Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst? What's it going to be? Because at this point, I think it's safe to say whatever we see next, it's coming from Hiroki Totoki. Of course, Hideaki Nishino is the president and CEO of SIE now, and Herman's still going to do what he does, but there's clearly going to be a whole new strategy. And I feel like for the last year and a half, we've been talking about this, but I guess it took longer than I expected. I thought we were going to know by this point. I thought we were going to know exactly what their strategy was, but it turns out for the last year and a half, the transition took a lot longer. Jim Ryan announced his retirement. He slowly left after like 3 or 4 months. Then Hiroki Totoki took over for like another 3 or 4 months. Then you get this weird period where you got two CEOs, but nothing's actually changing, and they're giving these weird interviews where they're not saying anything. And now the big move has finally taken place, where the big move starting April 1st is you got a whole new CEO of the company, and everybody from the old guard is gone. It's truly a new era. I mean, genuinely, it's going to be a new era of PlayStation, and with that comes, you can see right now there are people kind of placing their bets. Where it's like, is Sony going to backtrack and go back to the way they did things before because they lost a bunch of money, or do you think they're going to get even more aggressive to recoup that money? And it's like, I don't feel comfortable placing a bet, dude. I don't. I just want to watch. I'm not looking to gain or lose. I just want to see what they're going to do because I don't know, man. I don't know enough about the new people in charge to be able to. The only thing I know about Hiroki Totoki is I think he described himself as obsessed with growth. So, that's not surprising. Every CEO needs to grow the company, but it's like, how are you going to do it, man? We will find out. But just some really interesting insight from Shuhei Yoshida. He can't notice how not a single question or answer, I should say, that we went over here. Notice how Shuhei Yoshida didn't say anything about the future. He didn't say anything. Very interesting to me. I mean, I guess it's not surprising, but just interesting that like he doesn't seem comfortable in attempting to even remotely predict what Sony's going to do next. All right, let's see how much more of this we got left. Next up, Shuhei Yoshida praises Hermen Hulst's strategy. Oh, interesting. Okay, so by the way, guys, if you haven't already, please take a moment and hit that like button to help the stream. Shuhei Yoshida says, one thing I really appreciate and respected what Hermen and his team did was I, for one, had no interest in getting movies or TV shows made based on our game IP. If anything, I thought that in Hollywood, it'll make a really bad movie based on game IP and kind of tarnish the brand. If anything, that was my thinking. After I left and Hermen and Assad started PlayStation Productions, so many great movies and TV shows made. So the investment to service games and expanding games' reach by making PC versions, and I understand they're working on some mobile games with partners as well and creating TV shows and movies, good TV shows and good movies. There are lots of new things that have been tried and many of them successful. So I really appreciate it. So there you go. Can't help but notice that and again, I'm not trying to find something where there is nothing, but he doesn't say anything about games. Like he doesn't give Hermen any praise for the games, but he does give him praise nonetheless. And he was saying that like it's interesting to think that if Yoshida was still in charge, we wouldn't have gotten the Uncharted movie, the Gran Turismo movie, The Last of Us HBO, the Twisted Metal TV show. And I have to admit, man, that yeah, some of these things have turned out pretty good. I think the most surprising to me was the Twisted Metal show. I expected that to be garbage, and I watched it. I'm like, that was actually pretty good. Not amazing, but like not bad either. MVG, you starting earlier, new schedule, or just random? I haven't decided yet. I'm just experimenting a little bit. I'm experimenting going live a little bit earlier. But for now, just assume it's going to be the regular schedule. Just assume. And then like on some occasions, I might go a little bit earlier. All right, let's see what's next. Got another juicy one here, I guess. Shuhei Yoshida on porting PlayStation Studios games on Nintendo Switch and Switch 2. Shuhei Yoshida says, I was very excited when I learned that Horizon Lego is coming out on Switch, and I felt that especially a Lego game would be a really good fit on the Switch platform, and I didn't see the game becoming a hit product on the Switch platform. Part of that might be, Metacritic was not that high compared to a couple of other Lego games, even though I personally enjoyed playing the game. So it's a bit of a disappointment for me. However, I think depending on the type of games PlayStation Studios should try accessing different kind of markets, especially when the market platform does not feel directly competing with PlayStation. They're not directly competing with the PlayStation platform. So to say, not that it's a shock, because it's funny because I title the stream a shocking amount. Maybe I should retitle. Maybe nothing here is actually shocking, but I guess it's just shocking how much he's talking about. He confirms. I haven't seen anybody reporting on this, and maybe it's because it's kind of inferred, but he confirms that Lego Horizon did not do well on Switch. He doesn't say it flopped, but he acknowledged it didn't do very well. And I just feel like that's important to highlight because we have heard nothing. That's the only thing we've heard from somebody who knows how this game did. Michael Lynch with a $5 chat says the Beatles experimented as well. One day you too will be as great as the Fab Four. Well, wow, bro, you comparing me to the Beatles? I don't think so, dude. I do appreciate that though, Michael. I do appreciate it. I appreciate your enthusiasm for me and my potential. Luke with a $5 chat says, I'm freaking out because it's rumored Phil Spencer was in China talking to Xi Jinping about becoming the only American consul in China. Can he do that? Yeah, because I don't think there's any other American console manufacturer. Wait, Luke. Luke, I have to ask you this question. Where did you get this information from? PlayStation's not an American console, dude. It's a Japanese console. Luke, where did you get this information? Tell me right now. I'm just trying to calm you down. And he's freaking out, guys. They're in California. But that's not where they produce the console. Luke, you're not answering the question. Where'd you get the information, bro? You're avoiding the question. Tell me. I must know. I knew it. Look, I'm not criticizing you, Luke. It's not you. In fact, I'm glad you're here so I can let you know, do not follow that individual. They're not real. They're literally a fake news propagator on X. Literally. I'm using the term literally correctly here, okay? I'm not just saying literally for the sake of saying it. I'm using it correctly. Basically, anything you read, it's not true where it's the opposite. But Luke, you can rest easy now, my friend. You can rest easy now. I got you, man. I got you. Rest easy, take a deep breath, enjoy gaming. It's all good. I do appreciate the super chat. Poopy Snoopy, you're saying a PC-based console on the Chinese market could be money. Yo, so I'm telling you, man. The Sony PlayStation PC. No, I mean, it will be interesting, like we talked about. If Xbox is going to make their next console, essentially it's mostly a PC. It's way more like a PC than any previous console, to a point where people might struggle to differentiate it. A console like that, it's hard to say. I mean, the pricing is important. The viability of it. in that market, considering PC is already available in that market. It's hard to say, but there is potential. Yeah, there is potential money to be made. Certainly. Phil Spencer's going to go to Mars and make Xbox the only American console on the planet. Why is that funny? That's so stupid, but it's actually, I don't know why it's funny to me. They're going to plant like that Xbox flag, you know? Oh, man. Isn't Sony trying to get into that market too? Yeah, they are. Both Sony and Microsoft are trying to aggressively get into the Chinese market with gaming because it's so lucrative. It's so densely lucrative. They're both fighting for it. But that's why it was interesting earlier, like we were covering what Shuhei said. It was interesting to see that Shuhei was saying that like the biggest reason apparently Sony ports these games to PC is to try to, you know, penetrate that Chinese market, bro. What do I think of the AI showed by Microsoft and Ninja Theory? I actually don't have any thoughts on it. I saw it trending, but I didn't actually watch what it was. I don't even know what it is. I just saw that people were freaking out about it, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I wasn't really paying much attention. It's mostly PC in China. Well, yeah, man. I mean, you see how well games like Black Myth Wukong do, and it's like, wow, okay. And not just because they're a Chinese developer, but because a lot of Chinese players bought that game. You just want a console, not a console PC combo. Well, I mean, we do have to understand that when it comes to the next Xbox console being some kind of PC hybrid, these are just rumors right now. There's no official confirmation that this is what Microsoft is planning on doing, so we have to kind of wait to get more info. I'm sure we'll get more rumors and more leaks, but you know, we have to just take everything with a good pinch of salt because it's probably going to be quite some time till we hear anything official about the next Xbox or PlayStation. Poopy Snoopy, you're saying PC-based console equals free online. If Sony does a PC storefront for their games, they would be free online too, with cloud saves like Steam and what Microsoft offer. Yeah, see, the angles in which these are different angles that, you know, if you were like to list the pros and cons, right, of taking this like hybrid PC console approach, this could be a potential pro that could absolutely work in Microsoft's favor. And here's the thing that I think is, so you're saying here, like, Sony does a PC storefront for their own games, they would be free online too. We don't know that Sony's going to actually do a PC storefront. I could tell you right now, if Sony did a PC storefront for their games and they like really committed to it hard and really started marketing it, I don't know, man. I would imagine some people are definitely going to point out the fact that like, you know, we still have to pay to play online here, but you're offering, and we kind of saw Microsoft go through this already. Here's my hot take on this, right? And I understand that this is used as ammunition, and that's fine. I guess use it, you know, not you, but just on the internet, people use this as ammunition, but I'm just saying it like it is. I think the truth is, man, if Sony, I'm trying to think of how to simplify this. Free online gaming is not enough incentive to stop people from playing and paying to game online on console. If it was, everybody would currently be on PC. So I'm not saying that as I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it is what it is. So like, you know, there's a reason why when Microsoft, because they did do this, Microsoft embraced PC day and date with all of their games. And one of the upsides is if you choose to go play these games on PC instead of buying an Xbox to play them, you don't have to pay for Xbox Live. You get free online. And on the internet, there was like a little bit of a stink made about it where people were like, yeah, console sucks. No reason to buy an Xbox or play on Xbox because I get free online play on PC. But as we saw, it like, I mean, it's not really, we see now what happened in the Xbox console, but I'm just saying at the time, like that wasn't the death rattle for the Xbox console. Like, I just don't think people really cared that much, if I'm being honest. I think people get used to paying for things, man. And that's the whole idea. It's the same reason why when Microsoft eventually does increase the price of Game Pass, it's like, you're going to see people on the internet being like, I can't believe they increased the price of Game Pass. Oh my God. They're gouging people now. But the reality is everybody who's subscribed, like mostly everybody, is probably just going to stay subscribed because they're used to paying it. And it's like, yeah, it's an but this is just how it works, man. This is just how it works. You know what I mean? Where it's like, even I just saw like Netflix increase their prices again. And you're basically paying at this point between these different subscription services and how much they increase the prices. You're basically paying for cable. You're right back. It turns out that these companies never really cared about saving you money. They just needed to move you away from a different place. It's how this works. There's always going to be the intent to, like, the money that one company can potentially squeeze out of you, that the other company also wants to squeeze out of you, but they just got to convince you to let them do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the point. Yeah, welcome to capitalism. And I guess it's just as long as you keep that in mind, as long as you understand that a good deal is only going to be a good deal, a great value is only going to be a great value for so long, until something else comes along, dude. And when it comes to the whole paying to play online, I don't know, man. It just seems to me like, I think that there's a lot of people just kind of set in their ways where they're like, yeah, I pay for PlayStation Plus, or, I pay to play on, what do you need? Like, what version of Game Pass do you need I don't think you need Ultimate. Do you need Ultimate to play online on Xbox? I just think people have kind of accepted that, just like, if I want free online, I'll just go to PC. And I think that people are like, well, I don't want to go to PC, so I'll just pay to play online here. And I get it. Like, there are going to be people that are like, well, you're stupid. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess, like, everybody just prefers what they prefer, dude. I mean, I just think, it's at some point it becomes kind of like, well, why, like, at what point do you draw the line where it's like, why are you this concerned about how people are spending their money? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with pointing out to people, like, you can get a better deal or a better value, or you could save money. And it's like, yeah, dude, there's a lot of ways we can all save money, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, it's just like, people are going to do what they do. And that's why you kind of can't blame these companies sometimes. You can blame them, but there's always like a give and take. Companies are going to make decisions that are going to hopefully facilitate to people getting used to, again, like, this is why the subscription model is so important, or not important. It is important, but it's so aggressively pursued these days. It's because there's nothing that will condition somebody more so than paying for something, whether it be monthly or annually, that hopefully they just forget they're even paying for. We just have access to their bank account. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the way to go. Like, do you know how many people are walking the planet right now that these companies are taking money from them each month and they just don't even know it? And it's like, well, you agreed, a year and a half ago, so it's now your responsibility to undo that. But Poopy Snoopy, saying console players don't pay for virus protection and PC players don't pay for online. Poopy Snoopy, you're saying, just means if PlayStation did a PC storefront, they would have to be free and offer cloud saves with possible refunds. Otherwise, it would never make it a year. Yeah, and that's true. And that's where it's like, it would be fascinating to see what would happen if that occurred. You know what I mean? Like if Sony were to do that, how many people move? How many people are like, well, I'm going now, you know? I wouldn't. And, I don't need to explain that to anybody, but it's just because, like, yeah, I'm happy where I am. I'm fine. It would be great if Sony was like, hey, you don't have to pay for this stuff anymore, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm like, losing my mind about it. It's just, I'm cool, I think a lot of people would be like that, but I also think quite a few people, at least some people would be like, well, that's better. That's a better deal. I'm going to go there, you know? So it's a give and take type thing. Like I said, it's a matter of, I guess Sony having to gauge, like, how do you think people are going to react to this? I don't know. I guess let's find out. Why not? But we don't even know. We don't even know what Sony's plans are for PC. So, figuratively literal, you're saying, have you listened to the interview with Shu? If you haven't, I recommend it. An interesting tidbit is the Concord / probably Monster deal being pioneered by Shu. Yes. So if you see what's up on screen right now, we've been going over and going through many of the direct quotes from, and I mean literally direct quotes where there's some broken English in there. I can't like actually react to the interview or anything because it's from Sacred Symbols behind a paywall right now. But Zuby Tech did a great job compiling some of these quotes, and we did cover that. They only make points lying about what MBG / Reforge say. Oh, hold on. What's this conversation going on in the chat right now? Yeah, so I see what you guys are talking about, the drama stuff. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't have a desire to really engage with that too much, if at all, but yeah, man, I came across something yesterday that it kind of, it's one of these things where it's like, so the things that you come across, like, they can either hurt you or help you, right? And this, I think, helped me. It just took a little bit for me to like kind of like come to the realization that this is actually a good thing, because it offers me an opportunity for clarity, to see things clearly. And I came across something yesterday that I did some research into it. Like, I came across a clip, had nothing to do with me, but I came across a clip and I was like, whoa, that's a lot going on here. A lot of people involved, and I just decided to do my due diligence, and I looked deeper into it, and I discovered that, unsurprisingly, that this short 30-second clip that I came across was not genuine. It was weaponized. It was 30 seconds taken from I think something that was an hour and a half long. Not me, by the way, but it was something that was longer. And because, like, when I saw it, yeah, ahoy Tyler, yes. When I saw it, I was like, yeah, that looks pretty bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty bad, and I can understand why people are kind of jumping on it. But then I went to go get the context, and I listened to it, and I realized, wow, there's a reason why this part, arguably the most important part, is purposely not being shown. It's not being shown. It's not being circulated, and hardly anybody, if anybody at all, is gonna do what I did, where I went out of my way to seek out, like, what was actually said here. Like, truly, not just a silly reaction where people are laughing in the clip, where it's like they're just laughing about it. It's not like a dead serious thing, but what did they really say? Because the accusations that people are throwing at this individual, I'm like, geez, like, I guess he must be pretty bad. And I went to go listen, and it's like, wow, not surprised that, yeah, if they decided to show the rest of it, it negates everything. You know what I mean? It makes it so you can't weaponize this. You just can't. You can't weaponize it effectively, because when you allow people to hear the entire, I guess you could say, 3 to 5 minutes of what this person just said, you realize that they're actually saying the literal opposite of what you are claiming. And I don't mean that in an exaggerated manner. I mean literally the opposite of what you're claiming. That's what they're saying. But for some reason, it's not for some reason. It's for profit. It's for, attention. People are more interested, not only those with the agenda to grow on social media and to profit on social media, but those who also want to back that up. It is just easier to not do that. It is easier to just, no, we're just going to show you the 30-second clip. We're going to, act like a bunch of hyenas about it. And then we're going to move on to the next one. And we don't care if you want context. I'm making money. They're entertained. That's it. And it's like, okay, well, when we ask ourselves why things are getting worse, there you go. It's not hard to figure out. It's right there in front of us. The only thing I hope is that people eventually wisen up a little bit and realize, like, not everything you're going to see is out of context. Certainly not. But a lot of things you see are probably going to be out of context. And this has nothing to do with me, by the way. I'm not talking about me. I don't care what people do or say about me. I think that should be obvious at this point. Like, people are going to do what they want. But I'm talking more broadly, where it's like, I come across so much stuff unwillingly, like, I guess you could say willingly, because I'm on the internet and I'm on social media browsing, but just things that come across my feed or my eyes that I have to be exposed to, apparently. And it's weird to me, man, where it's like, why it makes me realize that people are not doing this for the right reasons. Unfortunately, that shouldn't be surprising. You think so, Devil Shooter? I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility, but I'm not going to be the one, dude. I can't be. It's not my place. It's not my place. Poopy Super, you're saying YouTube gaming drama is so PG compared to Twitch. I can imagine. Yeah, I see some of that stuff pop up too, and I'm like, I get it, man. Like, I understand why people like the drama. I really do. Like, I'm a human being as well. People love the drama. They love it's entertaining, and I get it. And I'm not saying all of it is necessarily bad. It's just some of it is. I would make an argument that some of it can be necessary. But I think what the messed up part about it, I think at the end of the day, is that it's a matter of separating the good from the bad, in the sense of, like, the whole point of creating the drama in the first place is to basically convey the point to people that we need to be better. You need to do better. You need to be better. You need to improve. I'm calling out a flaw. I'm calling out a mistake. And that can be good. If you're doing that for a person who's willing to listen and willing to, assuming that what they're being called out for is actually something genuine that's worth being called out for, it can be productive, is what I'm trying to say. But unfortunately, as things usually go, there are too many people that realize they can capitalize off of not taking that approach. And actually, it's in their best interest that people don't learn and people don't get better. And actually, that it just continues even more, right? It's a whole cycle. And I just don't think, at least for me, it's not worth getting caught up in. But, hold on, boss. Why are you going to be that aggressive with it, dude? Jeez. Come on. There you go. All right. Where am I at here? Been going through so many of these quotes. Okay, so continuing with this, Shuhei Yoshida continues and he says, so Switch 2 is very interesting. It's not ready, boss. Switch 2 is very interesting. We are kind of anticipating, or we read on the internet that performance of Switch 2 may be something like the PS4 or could be better than PS4. So we don't know, but if that's the case, all the PS4 generation games from all companies could come out on the platform, right? That's that's one generation of games and third-party games and potentially an Xbox or PlayStation games that might come to the platform. What does that mean to the owner of a PlayStation and a Switch 2 is to become a directly competitive platform. So I'm trying my best to read the quotes. The generation you knew we felt PlayStation was directly competing with Xbox, but not necessarily Switch. Also, people owned both platforms and used, differently, different times. And of course, which, attracted more younger audience and family audience. And there's some distinct type of games that came out on two different platforms. If Switch 2 becomes more core audience platform, what does it mean? It's very interesting to me as well. I'm very excited to see the announcement that Nintendo is planning at the beginning of April. One thing, if they have some secret feature or the hardware, the last announcement, the only surprise to me was like a mice thing, and all other things seem to have been kind of talked about before the announcement. However, they didn't talk about the game lineup, so I'm really looking forward to see what kind of games will be announced at the show, and right after, maybe third party will be announcing their games, after Nintendo shows, to see the whole lineup of games. So listen, again, I know some of this is hard to read through because a decent amount of broken English, but there's one really interesting thing about this interview or this specific answer that I want to highlight, and I don't want to do so in a hyperbolic way because it's not necessary, but just something that's worth thinking about. One of the conversations that we have been having since the Switch 2 was announced for not the Switch 2, since Lego Horizon, when it was announced to be releasing on Switch, one of the conversations we've been having is, will Sony bring more of their games to Switch or Switch 2? I find it very interesting, and I don't know that I'm reading this as it's Shuhei Yoshida preparing us and letting us know what's going to happen, but I guess I'm just saying he just left Sony. He could be trying to hint at us what Sony's about to do and basically trying to tell us without telling us. When he says here that, the Switch 2 is expected to be about as powerful as a PS4 or even more powerful than a PS4, and he talks about, if this is the case, then the entirety of the PS4 generation can be, like backported essentially to the Switch 2 and resold on the Switch 2. And he even then goes on to say that, maybe even Sony, even PlayStation and Xbox will do this. Well, obviously we know Xbox is doing it, but he talks about PlayStation doing it. I think that's very interesting only because it's like, you almost have to wonder, and this is where I'm really putting on like my tinfoil hat here. Is Shu basically trying to tell us what's going to happen next by him saying, oh yeah, obviously the PC games are not day and date. They're 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Is he trying to basically say like, they're not going day and date? Is he trying to say here that, well, more, if the Switch 2 is as powerful as the PS4, we're going to see a lot of companies porting their back catalog to the Switch 2. Maybe even Xbox and PlayStation will do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, is he trying to convey something to us? I don't know. I could be reading way too into it, and I'm trying not to do that. You know me. I like to do that. I'm trying to refrain from doing it too much, but I just find it very fascinating that he's just casually saying, like, yeah, Sony might bring their games to Switch too. A lot of people are thinking they might do that. I don't know. He does talk about them potentially being in more competition, though, which is interesting. I would assume that would mean they're not going to do that. But Poopy Snoopy says Tony Hawk teaser in a new Black Ops 6 update for the map grind with the date March 3rd. The other remakes were awesome. Dude, I actually completely forgot to mention this. There was a rumor that just came out, and that's actually very interesting. You mentioned that they're teasing it in the latest Call of Duty update. There was apparently a rumor, and I think it was actually confirmed by a professional skateboarder, that there is a new Tony Hawk remake in the works. Apparently, at the Xbox showcase this year, they're going to surprise announce and shadow drop Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 remake. Dude, oh my. And that's going to be on everything. PS5, Switch, Xbox, PC. Dude, if that happens, I'm going to lose my shit. Because I was stoked for the Tony Hawk Pro Skater remake of 1 and 2. And it was awesome. It was amazing. And I was really disappointed when we heard that apparently Activision had no plans of doing anything more. And I'm like, what? Like, how could you not do more with this? And and so this rumor, you know, I don't want to like believe it 100% because it does sound a bit hard to believe. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, the idea of we're going to shadow drop this amazing remake of Pro Skater 3 and 4, I would be stunned if they did that. But man, I would be so hyped. I hope, even if they don't shadow drop it, even if that's false, I just hope it's true that they're actually remaking it and that it's going to come out this year. Because I'm telling you, man, the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remakes were incredible. They were so well done, and I grew up playing those games. I love those games, and I would love to see it. I would absolutely support that. So, you want to talk about giving Microsoft a lot of credit, dude? If Microsoft makes that happen, I will be giving them a lot of credit because apparently Activision did not want to continue it. And I was really annoyed by that. And so if that does happen, it means Microsoft told them, like, no, we want you to do it. That'd be incredible. That'd be awesome. Tony Hawk said he was working with Activision on a game last year. Ooh, I missed that. I definitely missed that. Yeah, it could be great. We got Skate, the next version of Skate, I guess, coming out in the next year or two, I would assume. So, you think Sony needs to buy the Crash IP and Spyro? I don't think they need to buy it, dude. I think that you just see Sony pay for timed exclusivity for the next Spyro game published by Microsoft. Microsoft's going to be taking that third-party deal. Could you imagine that? That'd be so stupid. I couldn't even imagine how, like, the reaction of the internet if something like that were to happen. It'd be so stupid. Microsoft's like, we're just taking the bag, bro. Sorry, Xbox players, we're just taking the bag. That'd be so dumb. They need to remake Tony Hawk's Underground. Dude, Tony Hawk's Underground 1 was incredible, man. Oh my God. The memories. I was huge into skateboarding growing up. Yeah, so dude, Tony Hawk's Underground was awesome. And then with Tony Hawk's Underground 2, I feel like they just were like, what if we just made it Jackass, though? You know? So I definitely appreciated the first Underground game more. The second one was still good, but I felt like they kind of lost a bit of the charm, the unique charm that I think made Underground so good. Figuratively Literal with another super chat says, this was a response to Colin asking if they were going to continue the Lego Horizon strategy, though. It is possible, but I think there's still beef. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I'm missing here because I actually I haven't been able to watch the interview in full myself. I will. I'm assuming it'll come out public at some point. Maybe not. But if I get the chance to listen to the entirety of the interview myself, I definitely will. I feel like Colin asked some really good questions here because he's definitely giving some extensive answers and revealing some interesting information. I mean, we have to ask ourselves, how much do we believe? Because if Shuhei is, I'm sure Shuhei would not be allowed to answer these questions in the way that he is if he knew. Like, he can't say, like, yes, Colin, I know the answer to this question, and I'm going to tell you what Sony's going to do. He couldn't do that, obviously. But I guess we just have to ask ourselves, how much do we believe Shu knows? Like, did Shuhei Yoshida, when he left Sony, did he know their strategy? Like, did he know the answers to some of these things? Does he know? And is he maybe avoiding getting in trouble because he's not telling us this is the answer? He's just framing it under, I'm just guessing, maybe. Is that covered in an NDA? You know, like, you can't, of course he knows. I mean, right? I feel like that's kind of I feel like that's what common sense kind of dictates, that surely he knows. People who leave corps, they sign NDAs. It's very strange he's telling us all this stuff. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, is a workaround for the NDA. I guess what I'm trying to say, if Sony tried to sue him for, like, revealing this stuff, could Sony win that in court? Where it's like, actually, look at what he said. He didn't. You know what I mean? Like, he's framing it under speculation, and he doesn't know, and he's guessing, and he's just giving his opinion. I don't know. I don't know how would Sony would never sue Shuhei Yoshida, you know, like, or would they? You would hope not, right? Could you imagine? I mean, Sony would lose just even in that being news. So I think I could imagine maybe some people at Sony looking at the interviews he's doing and reading some of the headlines and being like, oh, okay, so he's actually talking, you know, like, and they're probably not too thrilled about it, but you know, he, like, I imagine Shu's probably in a position like if you're saying, like, maybe there is some kind of beef or whatever, if there is any animosity and some beef, I imagine Shu's in a position where he's like, well, what are you going to do? He doesn't seem like the type, but I mean, and maybe he wouldn't say that out loud, but it's like, really, like, what are you going to do? Like, Sony, you're going to go after Shu? Really? You're going to do it? You're going to do it? Just because he's doing interviews and he's just talking about some of the shit that happened and being very polite about it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I almost wonder to myself, you know, Colin Moriarty was always, like, kind of good friends with Shuhei Yoshida. You almost got to wonder if, like, there was a conversation that took place after, you know, after the interview was done or before, where, like, Shu is actually telling him a couple things, you know, that he's trusted. I don't know. That would be a lot to trust him with, though. I don't know. It's just interesting because Sony is such a secretive company and they operate so discreetly, or at least they try to operate so discreetly. They can simply contact him and give him an ultimatum. Sure, we're not done giving your ultimatums, bro. You're surprised that Sean Layden hasn't spoken out after he got pushed out, as well as Connie Booth. I mean, dude, the situation with Sean Layden is even more interesting because I think it's pretty clear. Like, he got, like, ejected. Like, it's like, you're out, dude. I mean, there were rumors that he was walked out of Sony's HQ, like, escorted out. And that, to me, is kind of shocking because, like, if that's what actually went down, there was some real beef going on. And I don't know, maybe I feel like Sean, I don't know. I'm not a business executive, never have been, never will be. I don't know what the protocol is with this stuff. Like, at the end of the day, I would assume it's just maintain your professionalism, no matter what. You know what I mean? That's my assumption. Where's Jim? I think Jim wants nothing to do with anybody or anything. I think he's done. He's like, after seeing how many headlines were written about him, how many times his face was in the thumbnails and whatnot, he's like, I'm out. I'm too old for this shit. But yeah, man, I do wonder if there's, like, some level of just be professional about it, no matter how bad, no matter how messy it was behind the scenes, always maintain your professionalism. And that's why I think, like, when you hear Sean and Shu talk, especially when I think of Sean, because he's done a lot of interviews. He never, like, you can almost, like, if you really listen closely, you can almost tell that, like, there's something more you want to say, isn't there? There's definitely something more you want to say, but he just can't. He just can't. You know what I mean? It's like you just got to take it with you, man. It's part of the agreement. When you decide to work for these companies and take these positions, part of what you're agreeing to is if shit goes south, you can't do or say anything. Figuratively literal, you're saying, I meant beef between Nintendo and Sony. Interesting. Okay. My bad. Figuratively literal. I definitely took that in a different direction. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't think there's necessarily beef between Sony and Nintendo. I do think, however, if the Switch 2 gets major third-party support in a big way, I think Sony's going to see that as a potential threat. I do. I think they're going to be like, this is a console that can be played this console is going to be $400, presumably. You can purchase it, hook it up to your TV, and play. Suddenly now you're going to be able to play Call of Duty, you're going to be able to play your Maddens, your FIFAs, and many other third-party games and Nintendo games. I don't see how Sony doesn't see that as a potential threat, because what is Sony trying to sell you? Sony's trying to sell you a console for more money that does exactly that. So, I don't know. We will see, man. All will be revealed on, what is it, April 2nd? Nintendo are the only real threat to PlayStation right now. And listen, if I'm being honest, I hope that's how it goes down. I would like to see some more competition between Nintendo and Sony, because I think that would be very welcome right now. I think that right now, right now in this instance, Sony doesn't have competition. They don't. But they very well could in the next couple of months. And I would love to see that. As Microsoft bows out, Nintendo kind of re-enters the game. But obviously Sony doesn't want that. Sony wants them to be not a threat at all. All right, let's see. I think there's just a couple more left here to go over. This is another interesting one. Shuhei Yoshida gives his thoughts on PlayStation Studios games, on Xbox Game Studios, on PlayStation and Microsoft. So it's worded very confusingly here, but basically talking about Xbox bringing their games to PlayStation and whether Sony would maybe reciprocate. Figuratively literal with a super chat says, I think Shu ended things on good terms, contrast with Sean Layden's exit. This is definitely amicable. I agree. I think they see Nintendo as a threat. Yeah. Oh, Josh, I saw that your message was retracted there. Josh, if you want, I don't know, I didn't see your message. If you want to retype it in the chat regularly, I'll read it, because you did use your milestone. I don't know if there was a typo or whatever. But figuratively literal, yeah, I mean, I don't get the sense with Shu that he's holding anything back, or can't say anything. I mean, well, obviously he can't say things, but he just seems way more like, I don't know, I guess happy. But to be fair, Shu has always been a happy person. But I tend to lean in agreement with what you're saying here. I think Shuhei is probably, I think he ended things on good terms. I think he accepted his position, obviously, as we have read, as the head of Indies and whatnot. But, I do wonder if one day we're going to get that full story with Sean Layden. You're saying your stupid phone messed up and sent it before I finished typing. All right. Well, Josh, if you just want to type it normally in the chat, I'll still read it. No worries, man. If I could refund you your milestone chat, I would. But I don't think that's an option. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on a second. Did my studio just crash again? Guys, by the way, just want to thank you for joining me today, for hanging out with me and going over this stuff and having these conversations. I just want to ask you to please take a moment, if you haven't already, and hit that like button, okay? you're enjoying the conversation, if you're enjoying the stream, and you want to show some support, and the only way you can is by hitting that like button, please do so. It definitely helps. Let me see what the chat's saying here. Is that rumor true that Astrobot is going to the new Switch? Probably not. At least I haven't heard that rumor. Unless that rumor just came out. It's like a brand new rumor that just came out, because I haven't heard anything. I would be surprised if Astrobot went to the Switch. I don't know, though. I could see Sony. It really depends on how much of a threat they see the Switch as, truly. Because, I mean, let me ask you guys, what do you think the sales potential for a game like Astrobot is on the Switch? You have to imagine it's probably pretty high, right? You think Astrobot on Switch 2 would hurt Sony? I mean, we have to ask ourselves, I guess, how many Nintendo players that are not going to buy PlayStation consoles are going to do so just for Astrobot? Versus how many potentially millions of sales could you get from Astrobot on Switch? That's a tough one, man. I'm not going to lie. Like, if I was Sony, I wouldn't really know which direction. If I was Sony, I would feel like, well, at the end of the day, Astrobot is our mascot, you know? And we know we're never getting Mario. And maybe I would just leave it at that. But it is tantalizing to think how many copies could Astrobot sell on the Switch. I mean, you're speaking directly to the crowd that's playing Super Mario, you know? I feel like that, you know, I feel like it's easy to see money signs there. Certainly. Sony would likely say, you give us Mario, we'll give you Astro. Yeah, that deal. Maybe there could be some negotiating between Sony and Nintendo. Josh, you're saying it's just interesting that Nintendo and Sony both have finance-oriented leaders, and Sony is the one who has struggled with that transition. Yeah. I think the reason why Sony probably struggled with that transition more so is because Nintendo, if you think about it, never really... if you think about it, like, they haven't really deviated from their just core philosophy of like, well, this is working, so we're just going to keep doing what's working. Not to say they haven't innovated. They did. They innovated in the hardware space, and that was monumental for them. But I just think that that's the big difference where Sony was like, the problem with Sony is I think their biggest mistake, like I said, they didn't even approach the live service space thinking we have to innovate in it. They just approached the live service space saying we just have to carve out a piece of the pie for ourselves. And they just did so in such earnest. Like, they did it so aggressively that it didn't matter what the fans thought. It didn't matter what anybody thought. It just was like, we got to do this. And I feel like they jumped the shark on that one, dude. You know? Because I think it's always been numbers oriented. But yeah, it was that short-sighted, like, we just, and it's, I try not to be too hard on Sony with this, because I know I kind of sound like I'm just kind of I sound like a broken record, but it's like, they did succeed with Helldivers 2. You know what I mean? Like, we can't ignore the fact that they did succeed, but it's just, it seems like almost everything else they did was not necessary for this one game to be successful. But you could never know that this would be the game to be successful. And I just think the ultimate lesson to be learned here is show more respect to what got you here. I'm not even just talking about the fans. Obviously, show respect to the fans. Respect the fact that, you know, without the fans, the console wouldn't be where it is. The brand wouldn't be where it is. But also, just show more respect to, like, what got you here. And I understand from a pure number standpoint, it's like, well, Call of Duty helped get us here. Fortnite helped get us here. And that's true. But, bro, like, come on. You know, it's like you got to put your hand on like Sony's shoulder and be like, do you really think Do you just think you're going to make the next Fortnite or something and it's going to be all yours? Like, that's not going to happen. You can make your own and make it successful, like we saw with Helldivers 2, but it's like there's got to be a kind of limit here where it's, I hope the necessary lessons that needed to be learned throughout all this have been learned. I hope Hiroki Totoki, Hideaki Nishino, and Herman Hulst, they know now, like, we can't, because here's the thing, they can't abandon live service after Helldivers 2. It would be like, that would be the dumbest thing ever, because it's like, bro, you literally did it. You did it. And there's a chance you can do it again. But the biggest lesson to be learned here is like, slow and steady will win this race. Slow and steady wins the race. 80 to 85% investment, single player. More family-friendly games. More AA games on top of the AAA games. Just the single player stuff. 80 to 85%. The remaining 20 to 15%, invest in live service. Always have something going with that. Because you might be on to the next thing. The next best thing there. After Helldivers. Or maybe Helldivers will just be it. I mean, think about it. Sony does have some successful live service. They got Gran Turismo. They got Helldivers 2. They do consider MLB The Show a live service. I mean, it can be done, and it has been done, and it's just slow your roll. The lack of foresight from Sony came from the giant, not even the giant wall, but just like, when, if I was an investor, I mean, it's easy for me to say this now, but I think Jim Ryan and Kenichiro Yoshida were too interested in getting investors excited and not really thinking through, like, you really think this plan's going to work? Because I can understand where it's like, hey, guys, we're going to have, you ready for this? Ooh, wait until you hear this. 12 live service games by 2026. Yep, that's right. We heard you. We're gonna do it. And I can understand how, like, if you're an investor, you're like, oh my God, dude, this is gonna be incredible. Imagine how much money we're gonna make, right? But it's just like everybody else is kind of like, that might be stupid. Now, my biggest, where my lack of, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess you could say I was being too naive about it, is I thought it was going to be like, we're going to get The Last of Us Online, and then we're going to get a Ghost of Tsushima Legends 2. And, I honestly had no idea what Concord was going to be like. Nobody could have seen that coming. I just kind of had this idea that Sony was going to take a more, I guess you could say, a less generic approach, ultimately. I guess that's kind of the way to phrase it, where it's like, they're not just going to be like, here's our 5v5 hero shooter. Here's fair games. It's like, guys, you have some of the most prolific IP out here. Now, to be fair, we did hear that there was like a God of War multiplayer game in development, or a live service game. And it's like, well, what's funny to think, dude? Literally a Days Gone live service game would have made more sense. I want you to think about that for a moment. Sony Bend were like, we're not doing Days Gone 2, but Days Gone was pretty successful. We're going to do a live service game. And it's like, well, you have a setup here where you could make some kind of open world live service Days Gone game where people kind of have their encampments, they have their motorcycles, they could make biker gangs and shit. And you could do some interesting stuff with the hordes, maybe even throw in some PvP. Like, literally, that would have made more sense than, let's do a God of War live service game. I don't know, man. Maybe that would have been a disaster as well, though. It's just weird, man. God of War Ascension remake with the multiplayer. All right, well, let's read this. Kind of just rambling on at this point. All right, so Shuhei Yoshida says, I suspect Microsoft is the biggest publisher on PlayStation. That's a new time, right? Microsoft has shifted focus to Game Pass and Game Pass as a service. I observe that could be coming from the DNA of Microsoft as company, their software company and service company, and the cloud-based services like Office 365 everywhere on Macintosh and mobile. Probably they would want, and they started saying Xbox everywhere. Probably they are hoping that the Game Pass service will become available in the future on all hardware, right? Office service. So they look like they went to a different direction already, and having their games on PlayStation is a win for PlayStation owners. They didn't have an access before. I explained in one of the interviews that had been always my nightmare was when I was managing first party, and luckily it didn't happen during my time, that if PlayStation becomes the minority platform, it's possible to maintain the first party development because the best creators would leave. They are not just creatives, they are business people as well. And also they want their games to reach the biggest audience as possible. It's very natural if a platform is the minority. And if I was able to release a game on a minority platform only, it's unsustainable. Looking at the install base of the Xbox hardware, I think it's kind of natural to understand what they're doing. See, this is where I see people trying to weaponize this, and I want to call that out, at least a little bit, where I was seeing a lot of people just highlighting the parts where all that was said by, where they only took the quotes, they took the quote where he said here, having their games on PlayStation is a win for PlayStation owners. They didn't have the access before. And then, also taking the quote that, like, I suspect Microsoft is the biggest publisher on PlayStation. And people were taking these specific quotes and weaponizing them. And it's like, guys, literally all this is what I mean, where it's like people are trying to make things more interesting than they actually are in the name of, well, we got to keep the fight going. And it's like, no, dude. Yoshida's just simply pointing out the simple fact that, yeah, it's not a loss for PlayStation players to get more games. That's obviously a win for them. He's also pointing out that, he understands, like, it's fairly obvious why this is happening. Look at the Xbox hardware. I literally said in this stream earlier, what do you think Sony would be doing if they were at 24 million PS5 sold and only sold 2 million in the last year? What do you think they'd be doing? This is why I appreciate that Zubitech put out the full quotes here. I mean, the raw quotes of just covering the whole thing, because there's nothing, you can't twist this. You can't misconstrue it. One of the other interesting things I want to point out here that Shu says, though, is that apparently he did have a fear during the PS4 generation, and it never happened, where he was afraid that the PlayStation platform could become the minority platform. And because of that, he feared that they would start losing dev talent, because he says that the devs are not just talented developers, but they're business people too, right? And they're interested in appealing to the biggest possible audience and having a large audience, and really interesting stuff here. Continuing on here, he talks about closing studios. Studio closure is a big decision, and it's really a difficult decision every time. We tried to make it work before. We came to the decision clearly, and we must have tried a couple of times and came to that conclusion. One thing is, as I said, we had an annual budget I had to allocate to all the projects, including studios and sometimes a new project on new platforms like console platforms. They require larger and larger investment to a new team or to grow the studio, making successful franchises. And sometimes I might not be able to support that project unless we take money out from other places. It could be, from external projects that we finished, but if we don't have that kind of situation, we might look at internal teams to cut down on the number of people to save money, or to shut down altogether to be able to invest in other projects. So I think we always looked at the priority of the project, and we just do not look at one project's success or failure. We look We look at the future potential of the team and what they have accomplished and the situation, the platform, the market situation. So we just didn't look at the numbers, but look at all the angles and see if we keep investment on this place. Is it better than doing some other things? So, yeah, unfortunately, I think during Shuhei Yoshida's time as the head of PlayStation Studios, there were some studio closures. So that's what he had to say about that. Let me see here. New posters for The Last of Us. So here's what he had to say about acquiring Sucker Punch. He says, in my days, the acquisition, how I approached the developer acquisition was very conservative. We always needed history of working together as a publisher and developer. We needed successful games IP created between us. I needed to see the chemistry of people managing the studio and the producers on our end. We know that we have a very positive, trusting relationship. We have the history of creating successful IPs together, and we can agree on the future roadmap of titles. And to me, acquiring developers after a successful couple of games with them is, in my mind, rearranging commercial financial arrangement. Instead of signing contracts each time and paying development costs and paying, I think I meant to say royalties after the sales of the game, we put some money from the future value we get from releasing future titles day one because we have the history, we have the confidence of the future game success. We, as Sony, feel comfortable paying up in advance some of the money today, and we don't have to negotiate the term every time the game finishes and moving on to the next. The arrangement changed that they can focus on developing games without their concern about when this game is coming to the end. Developer always have to prepare for the pitch of the next title, future game success, as we as Sony feel comfortable paying up in advance of some of the money today, and we don't have to negotiate the terms every time the game finishes and moving on to the next. And the arrangement changed that they can focus on developing games without their concern about when this game is coming to the end. Developer always have to prepare for the future pitch for the next title, and that's very stressful, and that can take up precious resource from the core team that might still be polishing the game that they're trying to finish. So nothing too, again, this isn't too surprising. Talking about basically how when they get comfortable with certain teams, when certain teams that they develop with prove themselves, and it just kind of becomes obvious that like these guys know what they're doing and they don't miss and we're on the same page. Literally just acquiring the developer removes so much red tape and so much nonsense that stresses everybody out, especially on the dev side. And I think that is the best way to go about it. I think if there's one thing that Sony has proven is that is the best way to go about it. There's one thing that the Bungie acquisition has proven is that they should still go about it the way Shu is describing here. Now he says here, when talking about not acquiring Quantic Dream, he says, I really loved working with them, the kind of games they are making. There were some differences, level of affection from the people involved on the Sony side towards certain people at Quantic Dream. David Cage. Probably was the reason why we didn't get into that conversation. So didn't go too deep into that, but we have another really interesting one here for Dark Souls. This was why they didn't do like a Demon Souls 2 or didn't publish Dark Souls. He says From Software was already working on the sequel, but they were so disappointed with how PlayStation treated them. We wanted to work with them again, but they passed on it. Namco gave an offer on joint ownership of the IP if they changed the name of the IP, which is why they changed the name to Dark Souls. And then he says on Bloodborne, we have huge respect for Miyazaki-san, and we're able to work with him again. Bloodborne is one of his best games. Now, I want to highlight this one for a moment because there seem to be a lot of people who don't understand the history between Sony and From Software, and Shuhei Yoshida has talked about this in the past where he did say that he really messed up with, to a degree anyway, with From Software. But he did rectify that with Bloodborne, of course. But the situation with From Software, Demon Souls, and Sony is as follows. Sony basically partnered with From Software because they wanted a studio to make a game that would be a direct competitor to Oblivion, which was, I believe at the time, Xbox exclusive. And it was not coming together very well. And internally at From Software, it wasn't coming together to a point where they basically gave up on the project and they decided to just hand it to Miyazaki. And Hidetaka Miyazaki at the time was, he was completely unproven and nobody, they gave him a shot where they're like, do you want to try this? And he's like, yeah, I'll take it on. And one of the things that Miyazaki revealed with the development of Demon Souls is he was actually really happy that the game was basically a disaster to a point where they were just willing to give it to anybody because he knew he would be able to do whatever he wanted. He was kind of glad that it was, in a way, looked at internally as a failed project because he could just realize his actual vision. And one of the biggest problems, I think, on the Sony side here is from my understanding, Demon Souls did not really come together as a proper playable game until like the very end. This is like common in games, but especially apparently with Japanese developed games. Like the game was apparently Shuhei Yoshida was really struggling with this game. Like he's like, this game doesn't seem finished. It seems way too difficult. Like nobody's going to like this game. And a part of that was because the game was struggling to kind of come together at the end. And it just seemed like behind the scenes, like it was just kind of a disaster. And you can understand why Sony was maybe kind of pissed off. You know what I mean? Like Sony was kind of like, listen, we asked for an Oblivion competitor. What is this? So I could kind of understand why they're just like, all right, we're just going to brush this under the rug. But as we know, it just didn't work out, man. It worked out in the most strange way where Demon Souls was not a huge success when it came out, but it gained a really loyal cult following. They were like, dude, there's something amazing here. And it wasn't until Dark Souls the full vision was fully realized. And it's crazy to think that Dark Souls would have been Demon Souls 2. It would have been called Demon Souls 2, and it would have been a PlayStation game if Sony had, if they basically ultimately treated From Software a little bit better. But it's one of those situations where when you look at the details, there actually are reasonable explanations as to like why both parties involved. They kind of fell out. You know what I mean? And obviously they made amends, and that's where we got Bloodborne. So really, really interesting situation with the Dark Souls and Demon Souls, and I'm really interested to see what the future collaborations between PlayStation and From Software end up looking like, because there is definitely an interesting history there. Very interesting history. Let's see. I think we got another one here. Shuhei Yoshida on second-party games. Internally, we use the terminology differently, so when games are made by a developer, independent developer, and published by PlayStation, we call them first-party. So it's worth noting, internally, when Sony is working with an indie dev, but the game is published by Sony, by PlayStation, they refer to it as a first-party game. Before Housemarque was acquired, the external developer and our external producers managed relations, and we funded the game and released games as first-party. It was still first-party titles, but externally developed. We call second-party when the independent company created the games, but pretty much funded the title or jointly funded the title, and IP owned by that company. A recent example is Rise of the Ronin by Koei Tecmo, but still published by PlayStation. We call it second-party. Third-party exclusive, we call it partner titles. So some games like Final Fantasy 16 came out on PlayStation, and at first that was the third-party exclusive title, so that's the terminology. We always did lots of externally developed first-party when I was doing management, and they are still going. They're still doing it, but the output from that we call second-party has increased for the last few years. I remember the first-party example was Neo and Neo 2. These games are created and published by Koei Tecmo in Japan and Asia, but outside Asia, in the US and Europe, they're published by PlayStation. And that was a second-party deal in our terminology, and that went very well. Something different, the third-party relations team that I worked closely when I was doing indie support, they looked at Asia, China, Korea as future growth regions in terms of creating games that they looked at what Shift Up started working on with Project Eve, and they really liked it. And they asked me to give it to to go visit the studios and check out the game and play the game and talk with Hyung Tae Kim. And I became a fan and kind of promoted internally that Herman, this great game, sign up. And that was all second party deal right there. Dude, that's so funny. That's so funny. Like, I know Shu was already credited with securing Stellar Blade, but it's interesting to me that he mentions like he brought that to Herman's attention. He brought that to Herman's attention. I find that very interesting because it like insinuates that like Herman would have never maybe caught on to that game. How's Herman going to do without Shu there, man? Now, this is him talking about Japan Studios' closure. During my time, people give me so much credit, but one of the things I was not successful was amazing successful service games that we talked about. And another thing, I was not able to have amazingly successful games made in Japan except for Gran Turismo. We had many good games, but didn't really have a AAA level successful game that became more important as the market became like big games. They became bigger. Most of the franchises IPs that Japan Studio had were in that smaller AA sized group, and the market became really difficult for these kinds of games. For example, Kichiro Toyama did Silent Hill and Gravity Rush, but after Gravity Rush 2, he tried to come up with a new concept. But we were not able to greenlight any of his new concepts, even though they were really interesting in my mind. I remember his product looked like something that the company would not support because the company were really looking for AAA titles. So we really struggled to get the game going. He's talking about Slitterhead. Pretty certain the game he's referring to here is Slitterhead because that's who made Slitterhead and it's out now. And apparently internally Sony was like, bro, we appreciate the creativity you're bringing to the table with Slitterhead, but I don't think this is it. I don't think this is going to find a big audience. And I don't know how Slitterhead did, dude. Like, was Sony correct? Like, did that game flop? I don't know. I mean, it looked interesting. Certainly, you can't say it didn't look unique and interesting. It definitely did, but I assume that's the game he's referring to here. It did not do well. Damn, that's a shame. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it goes. I mean, maybe they did make the right call, but I don't know, man. It's a shame that some of these games, they just can't. Anyway, continuing on here, it says, so when Japan Studio was shut down and he became independent with members of Boca Game Studios, he was able to create and release Slitterhead. Oh, okay, so he did mention here. I should have just kept reading. Slitterhead, and the game, of course, came out on PlayStation as well, so by him and his team becoming independent, we were able to enjoy his new games on PlayStation now. So in a sense, and other members, also former Japan Studio members who are not part of Team Asobi, went into many different teams in Japan. If he stayed in Japan Studios, probably wouldn't have been greenlit. So considering all this, I'm very happy that these people who left Japan Studio are now working on new IPs, and now their games are playable on all platforms, including PlayStation. Shu is just he's such an optimist, you know? He's so positive. He just can't be negative. He can't bring himself to be negative. Appreciate that about him. All right. I don't think we need to go over this one because we already know Sony's approach with that. I think that's basically it. That wraps it up. So again, thank you to Zubitech for doing a really good job compiling all of these quotes. I do not have access to the interview itself, so shout out to Zubitech once more. And there you go, man. There it is. We learned quite a bit from Shu. A lot of different clarifications, getting some truth here. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. Guys, what are you talking about? What are you talking about over there? Am I going to have to come in there and straighten some things out? Might have to straighten some things out. You're saying cheese? I'm sorry to hear. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the second part of that, Ice Queen Gaming, but I'm glad it went okay. Shu just told us more than Jim and Herman combined. He did. He did. Yeah, he really did. When is Jim Ryan's book coming out? Oh my god, dude! We'll have to. Yeah, I'll read the whole book on stream. Jim Ryan's book. I don't think Jim Ryan's going to write a book. If I had to guess, no chance. John Donut says all the Japanese studio fans on Twitter are frauds. MBG, they won't accept responsibility for the games they claim to like. Flop. It always was marketed well. Slitterhead was at multiple stated plays. I mean, I just think it's the market. I think there is some truth to the market realities here, you know, where it's just maybe Sony wasn't wrong about Slitterhead, where it's like, dude, this is not going to do well. And, you know, we're trying to grow franchises and grow IP. And this isn't the type of game that we see as like facilitating that. We see this game potentially losing money. And, you know, it's tough because it's like if a creative is really passionate about what they want to do and it's like, yeah, man, I think this game is going to be great. And it might not be for everybody, but that's okay. It can still be great. And I think there always need to be people advocating for that. But I don't know, man. The whole situation with Japan Studio, it just seems like they were a bit all over the place. And listen, man, I try to view the situation with Japan Studio as a net positive because without it, we wouldn't have gotten Astrobot. We wouldn't have gotten Team Asobi. So I try to view it as a net positive. You know, if I'm trying to mirror Shuhei Yoshida's unwavering optimism, that's how I kind of look at it. But Halo is coming back home to Bungie on PlayStation. Well, Bungie's not going to have anything to do with Halo. Yeah, Bungie's not going to have anything to do with Halo. Bungie is dead. Well, they're not quite dead. I mean, Bungie's still alive and kicking, but they seem to be a shadow of their former self. I think it's safe to say that. I think we're going to find out with Marathon. I think we're going to find out with Marathon just how, you know, how relevant Bungie still is. What's up, Corey? Dude, I feel bad. Corey comes in after we literally just finished going through the almost, not the entire, but a lot of different questions and answers with Shuhei Yoshida. But maybe this is the best timing because now I'm hanging out in the chat. That's funny, dude. You have early sciatica? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, sciatica sucks, dude. Try to stay mobile. Try to stay as limber as you can. But yeah, sciatica, that's tough. I think the reason why MBG doesn't play on Xbox is because you guys in the chat, you go after him saying anything nice about Xbox. No, that's definitely not why. I mean, there are people, listen, there are absolutely people here who are unnecessarily negative towards Xbox. It comes with the territory, you know? It comes with the territory. I see people who are unnecessarily negative towards PlayStation. I try to encourage people not to be that way. What did you miss? Well, basically, Corey, what we went over was Shuhei Yoshida, as you know, has been doing a bunch of interviews. He just did an extensive 2-hour interview with Colin Moriarty on Sacred Symbols. It's a paywalled interview, but Zubitech on Twitter basically compiled a bunch of different quotes regarding stuff, including clarifications of how he felt about taking the indie position, which he was actually pretty happy with. And I just thought it was important, you know, if anything, just in the name of clarification. You know, I think a lot of it's interesting. I think there are some shocking, it's a shocking amount of information we just got, but a lot of stuff that maybe hints at what Sony may do next. MBG, people were clipping you on YouTube videos saying you were going to look into getting Game Pass, and then your chat attacked you, and all of a sudden the next day was back to Xbox sucks. Well, you know, I think it's important to understand that when I said I was thinking about subscribing to Game Pass, it was for games that aren't out yet. You know, I wouldn't subscribe to Game Pass for games that aren't out yet. You know, the whole point is I would go subscribe to it potentially to try these games that I'm waiting for. Maybe like Doom potentially, but I'm not sure. You know, I did have this conversation more thoroughly, and you know, if there's something. Listen, there's a chance I could rebrand my channel in the future. You know, and it's funny because people are like, "Oh, you're just doing that because PlayStation sucks." No, if I were to rebrand my channel in the future, it's because I'm starting to play in other places more often. Like there would be why that would be a good thing, at least in my opinion. It's also fine if I don't. My channel is the way it is because I play on PlayStation. Truly, like that's what it is. You know, I see people telling me all the time, like, dude, you got to go play on PC, or what about, and the Switch 2 will be interesting. I don't think I'm going to get deep into the Switch 2. I can't tell yet. I don't know that I'm ever going to be able to get back into Nintendo like I was when I was younger and when I was a kid. I just don't think it's going to happen. But, you know, it's just if I did start playing more on PC, yeah, I would start talking more about PC. If I started, there's literally no reason for me to play on an Xbox console at this point in time. If Microsoft tells me State of Decay 3 is not coming to PlayStation, I will. I don't know. I think I would buy a console for that game. I mean, I could play it on PC, but I'd probably buy a console for that game. The only reason I was thinking about maybe trying out Game Pass is just because it's like, well, some of these games I'm not entirely sure that I want to make the day one investment of like, all right, I'm just going to buy the game. But I don't know though. Like that's where it's like, do I really need to try before I buy? Normally I don't. Normally I have a very good intuition of like, do you want to play this game or not? You know? And so like for Doom, it's more a matter of, I think I've just decided that like, yeah, I'm going to buy that game and play it because I buy games physically. Don't forget. With Game Pass or even PlayStation Plus, that's out of the equation. I buy games physically. Listen, there's no doubt that there are a lot of people here who just flat out hate Xbox. And you know, the only thing I request for those who vehemently, if I'm using that word correctly, just hate Xbox like with a passion, please, I beg of you, and it's because I see it on the other side. I beg of you, please try to be fair in your assessment and your analysis. Please be willing to give credit where credit is due, because this is what we need on the internet in 2025. Not just in gaming. We need more of that everywhere. But I cover gaming, so I want to do my part. And there are a lot of people who don't want to see me do that. There are a lot of people who won't let me do that, but it doesn't matter. I'm in control of my channel. I'm in control of what goes on here. And this isn't a matter of, you know, it's like, and I see the way people talk about it's like, don't bend the knee, man. You know? And it's like, dude, it's literally not that. It's literally growing up. You know what I mean? Like I'm a grown-ass adult, and I like video games, and I'm trying to facilitate a channel here where we can bring that to the forefront. Doesn't mean no criticism, doesn't mean no reactions, doesn't mean we're going to make it seem like everything is just fine at all times. It's not. But it's just, you know, I just see how nonsensical things have become, where it's like, I can't tolerate it anymore, dude. And I can't pretend like it's not some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. It is. Like, it truly is, where it's like, I see the way people are behaving. And people, you know, they mask it under passion. They mask it under entertainment. And it's like, no, dude, it's just stupid is what it is. And it's disingenuous. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. It's immature. And most importantly, it doesn't interest me, dude. Like that's the biggest thing. Like people did not believe me when they look, like people try to use my past against me a little bit. We're like, bro, look at how you were talking about Xbox in 2019, 2020, 2021. And it's like, I always said that the reason why I am like this is because I want to see Xbox do better. Now, granted, it was coming from a selfish place where my version of better it turns out that what Microsoft decided to do is not what I considered. It was not my version of better. They decided to double down on Game Pass, a subscription service that I'm not really interested in, and buy publishers and give me games on Game Pass that I was going to get either way. But now it's in Game Pass. I'm somebody who's out here literally talking about buying and collecting physical games, on a console. Like I wanted Xbox to take more pages from Sony's book, and they didn't. And that's why I was so aggressive on that, man. That's why I was so hard, because I was like, that's what it's going to take. Like, they got to get the message. And, that's why I'm just not interested in it anymore. I'm not interested in the fighting, man, because I think the reason why it's become so nonsensical, why it's become so asinine, is because this is the reality we're looking at. It's over, and I think people know that, but they have to do whatever they can to keep it going, right? Like, we got to find reasons to still hate Xbox. We got to find reasons to just constantly hate on PlayStation or their fan base. And it's like, I don't know, man. It just seems like a vicious cycle that as long as the people keep it going, the people who can profit off of it, as long as they can keep it going, they'll keep it going. And I realize, like, I'm part of that. I have been a part of that. And granted, I believe my intentions were not as, I've had my moments where I'm basically unhinged, but ultimately I don't think my intentions were ever to truly be so unfair that it's like, no, dude. And I realize, I've garnered a reputation, and I understand that this isn't a matter of winning people over. This isn't a matter of showing people that, oh, I'm different. No, I don't care at all, dude. Like, watch me if you want. Subscribe to my channel if you want. Consume my content if you want. Like, I'm not doing this for any one person or any specific group, It's just like I said a little bit ago. Listen, man, if the day comes where suddenly I'm playing on Nintendo and PlayStation and PC, like, I find that I'm spending maybe more time playing on PC than PlayStation. If that day comes, the channel will no longer just be a PlayStation channel, because I'm going to cover other things. But that's not how it is. I'm not doing that. I'm literally not doing that. Not because I'm forcing myself not to, but because I'm not interested in doing so. So everything you see here, and it's also the reason why I feel like I can't screech at Xbox anymore, dude, because it's like they're out here, like Phil Spencer literally just did an interview where he's like, yeah, I'm done trying to move you guys over. I'm just done with that. It's like, all right. I mean, I get it. And there it is. Like, what's left to be said? You know what I mean? What's left to be said? But yeah, man, I just would like to get to a healthier place overall with the way I engage with social media in general, because I find that, too many of the things that I come across, too many of the different clips, not just of me, but I'm just talking generally speaking, clips in general, the arguments I see, the fighting, the constant dunking. I continue to find that I do find myself getting too easily wrapped up in it. And just, it always leads to the same exact point, which is like, wait, what am I achieving here? And it's like, dude, I don't know. You tell me. You chose to engage with this. You know what I mean? And that's where I realized, like, oh, there's nothing here that I want. Like, there's nothing to gain here. Now, I'm not even just talking from a more like traditional like profitability standpoint. I just mean literally, like, there's nothing for me to extract from this, even if it was just from an intellectual level. There's nothing to extract. So, it's it is what it is, man. It's just a conversation. I mean, I like conversations and discussions, and I would like to have many more of them here. I would, you know, again, there are absolutely times where we need to talk about many different happenings with these companies and the decisions they're making. Like I just, I can't deny that the well has become so toxic, so toxic that all, the only thing that's really left to do these days is, for a lot of people, and I don't want to be one of these people. The only thing left for a lot of people to do is just, what? I'm going to work really hard to create any echo chamber I can. Anything that works for me, I'm just going to run with it. Like I just can't do that, man. Cuz that's not interesting to me. It's not. You just enjoy trolling Xbox channels? Come on, man. Nah. No trolling. We could be better than trolling. Corey's saying tapping out happens. Tapping out happens. Will Xbox come back? Maybe. Well, I mean, that's the thing is like somebody mentioned earlier, they're like, Microsoft's, they're doing like 4D chess moves and that's how they're going to win. And I'm like, there is no winning here, dude. Like the time to win or lose is over. And Xbox lost and Sony won. And so now we're on to now it's just the game is over and they're all leaving the stadium and they're going to their own hometowns now. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best analogy, but the game is over. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I guess there might be a time where if Microsoft does like, oh, look, Microsoft sold more copies of this game on PlayStation than PlayStation did of their own game. And it's like, yeah, that literally just happened already. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 wrecked Astrobot sales-wise. Who's smoking the cigar here exactly? I'm not sure. Because it's not the person pointing that out. It's not Sony. It's not Microsoft. It's nobody. I don't understand. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of these things where it's like nobody's winning or losing here. Dude, I'm super stoked for that. Black Ops 6 teasing Tony Hawk 3 and 4. Yes. Yes. Why are you screaming Xbox is trash, bro? Why? Like, why is that necessary right now? MBG, a Sifu movie is in the works? Oh, shit. Bro, why are they not making another Sifu, though? Like, I can't believe that. I can't believe they're like, so what if we just make like a soccer game? Like, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You got it from Discussing Film? That's awesome. I'll watch that movie, yeah. Sifu was awesome. Sucker Fu. Really? Chad Stahelski. He's doing the Ghost of Tsushima movie. And he did the John Wick films. Oh, that's going to be a good one. You know that's going to be a good one. Yeah, dude, I'll definitely tune into that when it comes out. I'm trying to see if I can find it. See, like, this is, dude, I want you to understand. I just went to Twitter to try to find this news that you were just telling me, Irfan. Like, Irfan, you've become more helpful to me with relaying news than even Twitter has. Because this is the first thing I came across. I don't know who this person is, and I'm not even going to name them. Their post got 36,000 views. This is literally the first thing I see. I don't follow this person either. On today's news, quote, PlayStation games will not be day and date on PC, end quote. Another reminder, PlayStation will never follow Xbox's failure strategy slot past day and date on PC. And then puts the clip of the interview with Colin Moriarty and Shuhei Yoshida, which we did cover today. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, what? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Shuhei Yoshida doesn't work for Sony anymore. He didn't confirm anything. Why are you taking shots at Xbox Game Pass? What does that have to do with this? Like, this is where it's like, listen, man, if I'm going to call out the crazy, nonsensical takes I see from Xbox players, I got to do it for PlayStation. If clearly that person's a PlayStation fanboy, I can't, how could I not see it any other way? And it's just like, bro, it makes the ponies look bad. We got to, we you know what? Positive ponies, bro. No, we can't do that. We got to be positive. I don't know if I can advocate for that though. Like positive ponies. The positive pony brigade. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Maybe we have to create new subcategories. We have to create new subcategories. For like the PlayStation fanboys, we got to have like a subcategory. It's like positive PlayStation fanboys or positive ponies. And then for Xbox fanboys, we got to have like the other, right? Where it's like positive Xbox, positive bots. And it's just like two groups of really enthusiastic, passionate gamers who love these brands being really positive to one another. Corey Landiga comes in out of nowhere, dropping the 20 bomb on you guys. Corey Landiga dropping 20 membership gifts, doing the big lift, doing the big flex. I want to see some W's in the chat.
Holy shit.
Boss doesn't even know yet. He's totally passed out right now. Guys, Corey just set you up. 5 more membership gifts, and we will feed the beast. We'll wake him up. He's legitimately so passed out, his like paws are twitching. Like, you know, when animals, I guess they're dreaming of like running or whatever. 5 more, and we'll feed the beast. Corey set you up. Q Hellbound. Hellbound's usually the one that dunks it. But thank you so much for that, Corey. Really, I really appreciate that, bro. You want your Cerny emoji back? We got to help Wes out. And I knew he was going to do it. I knew Hellbound was lurking. He's always, or I guess he's eating dinner. Hellbound's eating dinner, and he's like, you know what? I got to feed the beast as well. I got to do this for boss. So thank you so much, Hellbound. There you go. We're now it says we're at 26 members. So I didn't see a member notification go off earlier today. I don't know if it counted a milestone chat accidentally, but it says we're at 26 members. So thank you guys so much for that. I'll update that goal, and we will we'll feed boss here and continue our conversation. I don't know. What do you guys think of my idea, though? You know, like positive ponies and positive bots. Do you know why this would be such a bad thing? Or not a bad thing, but why it wouldn't work? It wouldn't work because, unfortunately, there just are simply too many people where they, you know, they benefit too greatly from the toxicity, and they would work overtime to ensure that this just couldn't succeed. But I'm serious, man. Like, think about it. Imagine the most diehard, enthusiastic Xbox players and the most diehard, enthusiastic PlayStation players coming together, not just being like toxic positive, where it's like, this thing's bad, but I'm going to tell you it's good anyway, but just being like, you know, let's do exercises where we find the good in things. It can be done. The PPs for short. No, man. The PP podcast. Oh my God. Oh man. That's going to be real, isn't it? The PP podcast. Time, bro. Sorry. There you go. A full helping of treats. I'm going to have to buy some more treats soon. Oh, man. The Positive Pony podcast. The PP podcast. That's funny, dude. Yeah, that would go down real well. That would go down really well. Well, in all seriousness, though, man, I find that I enjoy this most when, when I'm not giving in to so much of the negativity. And listen, man, I understand that there are a lot of people here who really, really have a problem with the Microsoft side of things. And I encounter just as many people who have a really serious problem with the PlayStation side of things. And the truth is, I want to cultivate a better space here for people who just enjoy video games. I do. Like, I obviously prefer, if you prefer PlayStation, because that's what I prefer, and I feel like, it's nice to be around like-minded people and have conversations about this specific console, this specific brand. But the truth is, I cover Xbox a lot, and I'm now going to be covering it more than ever because of all the games that are coming over. And I want to cultivate a better environment where it's not so much about like people feel like they can't exist in the chat because, well, I like Xbox, or people can't exist in the chat because it's like, well, it's just got to be PlayStation's the best all the time. It's like, no, dude, I just think that some of these things are nonsensical, but it's hard. It's really, really hard to cut through the nonsense these days because there are a lot of trolls, man. There are a lot of trolls. There are a lot of people who, they live to cause the chaos, and it's going to take time. It's going to take time. It's going to take some effort, but I think we can do it. Novins, are you saying, MBG, you just got onto that guy for his speculation, but this whole time you were wrong about Jim Ryan with Concord? Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by saying I was wrong about Jim Ryan with Concord, because it's like, well, the thing I was wrong about with Concord is not understanding, not having lacking the knowledge that, dude, Concord was not just Jim Ryan, and it was not just Herman Hulst, and it was not just the two of them. It was actually the entirety of Sony. It was Kenichiro Yoshida mandating live service from the very top, or at least, encouraging them to do that. And then it's also Shuhei Yoshida, who I thought had nothing to do with Concord, saying, no, I was the one who signed the prototype before I moved on. And then it was handed to Herman. And so it's just, I will admit that like this is kind of something I'm looking to get better at as well, where some people have given me advice. They're like, maybe you got to be a little bit less, not reactive, but knee-jerk type reactive, where it's like, I assume too much too quickly. And I admit that. This is why I've had egg on my face multiple times, metaphorically speaking, of course. But it's because, yeah, dude, like, I think one of the more... Do you guys remember when I did that kind of emergency stream or whatever recently, when it was the cancellation of Blue Point Games title and Sony Benz? I think that was like a really good kind of template for like, that was instant reaction. But I don't know, man. I was a little bit more tired because it was later at night, but I took it slower. You know what I mean? Like I didn't lose my mind, basically, with my reaction. I was trying to actually be a little bit slower, be a little bit more understanding, trying to see different angles before assuming all these different things. And I just think maybe I got to be a little bit more, it would benefit me, and I think as well as you guys, for me to maybe not have to do that, the knee-jerk type reaction that often, because the truth is, it's like, the truth seems to always be consistent in that you're likely going to find out more. And when you do, you're gonna wish you didn't really plant your flag that day, so to speak, or whatever. But I don't know. It's a hard thing, man, because like we're covering so many different aspects of the gaming industry, and things, you have to admit, man, like so many things are changing so rapidly, and I just don't like the fact that so many of these changes are, rather than facilitating really interesting, thoughtful, meaningful discussions, a lot of these changes are just simply being weaponized. You know? Bro literally just went back to sleep. That's so funny. Holy crap. He's just like, well, snack break's over. Time to go back to sleep. That's boss for you. You jump ship from Xbox to PS4 as well. Now I'm jumping completely to PC. A2 says, I will say it's also contributed or attributed to the gaming media. They were playing wrong and spinning false narratives. Yeah, and that's where I realized, like, dude, I have to hold myself to a higher standard where it's like I have become a little bit over-reliant on different gaming website, news websites and outlets and just, I've become over-reliant in thinking that, like, yeah, like, they're going to get it right, but no, man, I'm going to have to do my own due diligence here more often. And it's fine, I think, to use these websites as tools that can help, facilitate these conversations. But this is why I wanted to go through the interview for Shuhei Yoshida like I did today, because I was looking at these websites and, they just pick a couple quotes here and there, and the websites are like leaving out so many other things. And I'm like, I understand they have to make it more palatable and digestible, but I've just reached a point where it's like, I just want to know. Like, I can't watch this right now. That would be the easiest thing to do, just watch it and listen to it and take it in from start to finish. But if the next best thing is, like, you just kind of got to get little excerpts here and there, and it's a lot of twisting. There's a lot of twisting and a lot of manipulating, and so that's why I was appreciative of being able to read the quotes word for word, where I'm not, obviously I'll try to interpret some things where I need to, but this is what the man said, This is what the man said. Cross-referencing is helpful. Yeah. Well, there might be some talks more about positivity mods. Leave a guy with X twat in his name to talk shit about Xbox. Hold on. Yeah, bro, you got to change your name, man. Here's how I'll drop the hammer on some of you guys. You either got to change your name or you got to go. Because it's like, yeah, dude, that's not a good look for me. I'm over here being like, I want to facilitate some more, a more welcoming chat. And I see your name is Xbox has no games, X twat fail Spencer. Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, like, that's hurting me. Your name is hurting me, bro. It's a little bit funny. I said it there. I said the name. It's a little bit funny. It's like, it's silly, but it's just like, bro, I don't know, man. I'm talking about wanting to get away from the toxicity and trying to do better. And it's like, I can't be, just like I wouldn't want to keep a name in there. It's like, PlayStation sucks, Jim Lion, Dancing Ryan or some shit. I gotta admit, that's pretty funny though. It is pretty funny. But the thing is, like, I can laugh about it and joke about it. But a lot of people coming in, dude, there are people out here where I think one of the reasons why, some of these people are actually able to do more chip damage to the channels because they're betting on it being like that. You know what I mean? Like, they're betting on it being like, yeah, you go try to exist in an MBG chat, and then you see a name like that, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It just seems like it's kind of getting fanboyish in here. And I think it just ultimately, it's just going to take away from the, you're saying I'm much better than the troll Xbox is king. How can you let Xbox is king stay in here? Well, you know what, man? I'm going to have to monitor the chat. I am going to request that you change your name, though, in all seriousness, because I can't. Xbox is king. It's a fanboyish name, but, it's not unnecessarily aggressive. It's just fanboyish. And I don't want to be unfair to a degree where it's like you're not allowed to have a fanboyish name. But it's just like, it's a bad. But to be fair, listen, Xbox has no games. X-Twat Phil Spencer. That's his name. I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating for that. I haven't been seeing what you've been saying. Okay, so you might be right. You might be right in that maybe you're a totally fine individual. You're a totally innocent citizen here, I'm not attacking I'm not attacking any side. Xbox is king. I'm gonna have to monitor you, bro, because I see a lot of people in my chat. They're like, dude, they believe you're like low key trolling. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out and make the decision, because it's like, if we're gonna create a better space here, then it has to be a less argumentative space, not an echo chamber, but just a space where it's like, if people are constantly getting worked up because of what, the way people are wording things, where it's like, yeah, I'm not trolling, but it's like you actually are. I'll have to monitor it. Because it does seem to be a thing that is occurring somewhat perpetually. Saying he's lying, MBG. He comes after me everywhere I go. Oh, man. Well, we got a whole situation going on. In the chat. Hold on. Devil Streeter says, I like Xbox is king. I talked to him. Gaming Survivor says Xbox is king has shit up the chat for weeks. No ban. Seems we may have reached an impasse here. Gaming Survivor is asking, how is this fair? MBG always gives people so many chances. Let's have a poll. We got the vote. I'm sorry. It's just the idea of voting is funny. Xbox is king saved my cat in a house fire. Oh, man. Democracy. Gaming Survivor says, keep him here. Astral is off the chain, says he tried. I mean, I'll have to monitor the chat, like I said. Because here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. I do think, look, I know it's a matter of like, you got to pick a side. I'm not trying to pick a side. I just do think, though, that maybe people get too defensive over some things. Now, I don't know. I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to have to watch for myself and see and determine for myself. But if I had to, if people are getting overly defensive, I'm going to have to call that out as well. Where it's like, guys, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to have somebody saying things that maybe aren't in full agreement with what you believe or think. But again, it depends on how it's being presented, because that can easily be said for somebody who just comes in as like, PlayStation is trash, bro. Xbox is trash. And it's like, that comes off as trollish to me. It's like, I really desperately want the conversations to go beyond that. Like, please, God, let the conversations go beyond that. Sean Mitchell, a member for 22 months, says, I think Xbox fans will always come for you, even if you leave the toxicity, MBG. People will forever try to bring others' happiness down, man. Much love, bro. Well, thank you for that, Sean. And you're probably right, but I'm not worried about that. That's not my concern. My concern is about the overall health of not just my channel, but me and my engagement levels with the channel, where it's like, I'm one of the more challenging aspects of running a channel like this is always having to keep up with everything. You know what I mean? Where it's like, well, there's the news of the day. What's the big topics of the week? What's in the zeitgeist? And being able to, a lot of times I sprint without even looking, dude. I leap before I look. I do that a lot, and I do that in the name of like, there's always that sense of urgency. It's like, you got to be the first to talk about it. You got to be the first to get your opinions out there. You got to ring the bell real loud. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I'm becoming much less interested in that, because a lot of times I find myself frankly dissatisfied with a lot of the conversation I have. Not a lot of it, but some of it, because I just find that like, man, I didn't give it enough time to, I don't know, I was too focused on how it's making me feel and not focused enough on actually analyzing the facts and what's going on. Not all the time, just sometimes. To be clear, there are many times where it's not like that at all. And I guess what I'm saying is that I find myself realizing, like, I enjoy the conversations that are much more, that are much less focused on the emotional side of things. Because I realize when I look out there and I see a sea of, that's all it is, just a sea of emotion. Why is it that people feel the need to move goalposts? Why is it that people feel the need to dunk? Because it's all emotional. It's emotionally driven. It's all emotionally driven, where it's like gaming and art should be emotionally driven, but it's like analyzing businesses and analyzing companies. It's like, I don't know, man. There has to be a kind of limit here, right? I got you, Corey.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
I forgot to play that for you earlier. Bro, when are you going to change your name? I'm still seeing your name in the chat. Here's the truth. Follow this if you can. Here's the analogy. Two sports team rivals going at it. They had one close fight, like really close, arguably close. Then one team gets plastered for 10 years. Then one team gets plastered for 10 years. Is that the analogy? Is there a members launch today? There is going to be a members launch today. Yeah, I forgot. I thought I mentioned that. I keep forgetting to mention that. No, we will be doing a members launch for a little bit after this. Saying he can be an asshat here, but change the name. MBG, we're all voting Xbox is king, has to go away. Gaming came out to bring people together. Instead, it caused divide. It's sad. Well, here's what it comes down to, man. Like, I can't be okay with your name, because your name literally, your name is it's provocative, dude. Like, it's provoking. You know what I mean? So it's like, how am I, like, it's hard for me to take anything you say with any substance with a name like that. Now, when it comes to Xbox is king, like I said, I'm just going to have to monitor the chat. I'm going to have to monitor the chat. Because some people believe he's fine, others believe he's trolling. And I'm going to have to monitor it myself. Because I don't know who to trust out in these streets, man. Everybody's got their own agenda. Saying Sony fans on here want an echo chamber. MBG, I know you don't want that. I mean, I'm sure there are some people, more broadly speaking, I don't know that there are definitely some people on the channel that probably would prefer an echo chamber. But James, you're saying, let the name stay, bro. James. Bro. All right, listen. Then this is the only way. The only way we can let that name stay is somebody's got to change their name to a PlayStation equivalent. That, I feel like that's the only way we can have equilibrium here. You know? I'm about to just say only normal names. Only unique normal names. No more Xbox is king. No more Xbox has no games. Titus, what's up, man? We're basically trying to determine who is potentially causing chaos and unnecessary fanboy fodder, I guess, in the chat. Who's fanboying up the chat? Maybe this is where this is how we're gonna find balance, guys. The community is losing its soul. I don't know, Gaming Survivor. That sounds like some fanboy talk. Novinzer says, y'all are soft. Let them stay. Well, it's not about being soft. It's not about that, Novinzer. It's about facilitating a healthier chat. Greg, I don't even know what that means. For some reason, the one no reeler, for some reason, it says you dropped the $2 super chat, but nothing came through. And James, you're saying don't emphasize it so much, just let it be. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's just it's just weird because it's like when I come back from reading all of those interviews, you know, or not interviews, but when I come back from reading the Shuhei Yoshida interview and I see like that the chat is like, I'm expecting to see the chat talking about everything we just read, but instead I'm seeing like people are they're like arguing about something relating to Xbox, and I'm like, and it's like I know if I engage, like now I'm gonna get roped into it, and it's like, bro, I don't know that this is what I don't know. Is this really what we're trying to talk about? MBG, the agitators are people like Xbox is king. There will always be escalation as long as people like that remain here. PlayStation has no games. Twat is also in my name. Wait, what? The second part, I don't quite understand the second part, but he says MBG, now we have balance. I'm not sure. You know, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Now I'm not sure if maybe I'm going in the wrong direction here. Saying the end of the analogy is the losing team becomes a sports agency using the name and logo and the fans claiming victory. It's an interesting analogy. You're saying that's because there are people that were told to come here, MBG? Can't be sniping at the system, bro. Got to strike at the cause. Well, yeah, I don't know. It's an ongoing situation with the chat here. I mean, it's not that serious at the end of the day. At least I'm not trying to make it sound more serious than it is. Just truthfully, listen, man. I just think that listen, I just want a chat that can be healthy and respectful as possible, as healthy and respectful as they possibly can be. Because I see how it goes in other places, and you know, I don't want people to feel like you're not welcome here, because it's literally the opposite. Like, I do want people to feel like they're welcome, but I don't know, man. I'm just looking to get away from the fanboy stuff if possible. Like, truly, because it's gotten to a point where it's like it's making me miserable to do this, you know, where it's like I feel like I'm trying to have at least what I believe to be some interesting, engaging, and sometimes, you know, fun conversations and discussions, but again, the toxicity has kind of gotten to levels that are off the charts. And I understand why this is. I'm not blaming the chat. It's mostly for me. You know, it's mostly for me more so than anything else. I'm not even trying to blame, you know, the people who are trying to do this to my channel. because it's like, I get it. You have your own interest and your own agenda. But I just think it's going to require a bit of work, and maybe people just kind of, beginning to understand that it's like, listen, man, I'm just going to put it out there straight. If people who have come to the channel because they want to hate on Microsoft or Xbox, I'm not going to do this thing where it's like, you're not welcome, leave. No, but you're going to find that like I'm not trying to facilitate that here. The same goes for PlayStation. The same goes for PC. The same goes for Xbox. Or Nintendo. And it doesn't mean we can't be critical towards these brands or these things. But it's just, we are in a time right now where literally, like, people are taking personal attacks at one another, not in the chat. I'm just saying in general, outside of the chat. Like, the toxicity has gotten so bad out there that I don't want that shit seeping in anymore, because I've seen what has happened to other channels and to other chats, and it takes over. It is like a symbiote, dude. And, people talk about like audience capture and whatnot. And it's like, that's how it kind of begins. It's like, you just let something kind of fester and grow, and you don't make it clear. Like, no, dude, like we're not doing that here. That's not the purpose. Hold on. So yeah, I'm not going to just keep hyper focusing on it or hyper fixating on it, but I want to have more meaningful discussions about games, man. MBG, you can choose to engage or not, though, and most times you take the bait. I agree with that. Again, I'm not trying. That's why I'm trying to be responsible and take accountability here, where it's like, I do take the bait as well. I do. And so the truth is, like, I'm going to have to mold my chat for myself. So like for me, so I don't keep taking the bait, and I know that some people might see that as censorship or whatever, but it's not, it's not so much about censorship as much as it's just about like, dude, I need to be able, in order for me to have the best type of conversations and discussions that I want to have here with you guys and with my audience. I take the bait way too easily. I do. I really, really do. And that's on me. Sean with a super chat says, MBG, have you seen the campaign trailer for Delta Force? Following the Black Hawk Down story has piqued my interest. One of my favorite war films too. Yeah, we did talk about this yesterday. And I think it looks great. Apparently it's not coming to console though. Like, it seems like it's coming out it is coming out tomorrow, but it seems like it's going to be PC only. So I'm kind of waiting to find out if we get a release date for console, because they did say Delta Force is coming to console and the campaign is being treated like DLC. So it's like, I would love for that to come to PS5, and I would definitely buy that because it looks really good. And I agree, the Black Hawk Down film, one of the best. One of the best. Hey, come here. Got to break out the catnip now. Sean, are you going to be playing that? Like, are you playing it on PC? Whoa, 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 whoa. Easy there, Luna. I'll give you some. Thought there's about to be a cat fight. You don't have PC? Oh. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, dude. As far as I'm aware, they confirmed that game is coming to console, but tomorrow when it releases, I think it's just going to be PC only. Unless it's just like a surprise, here it is on PS5. Which I guess is possible, but... All right. You know what I'm thinking about doing? I don't even think I'm going to tell anybody. I think I'm just going to do it. I'm about to add some more value to the membership, man. Catch my drift. Does anybody catch my drift here? Why are people suddenly having standards on names? Well, that's me. Nobody else really said. It's just me. A Discord server? Absolutely not. That's the Titus. I appreciate you guessing. That's the opposite. Ice Queen Gaming. You're keeping your name? No. Dude, I only called out one person's name, and I think you guys know why. You guys know why. Come on. Delta Force is kind of like Battlefield 3, but with an extraction mode bolted on. You played it for maybe 10 hours and fell off. Sorry, my cats are causing chaos over here. Whoa. Easy there. Jeez. I'm scared of the Discord user interface. I did learn it for a while, and I'm just like, I'm out. Like this is just, this is so unnecessary. All of this is so unnecessary. Props MBG for keeping the content sponsor free. You're welcome, Planet Scorpion. What games am I looking forward to in March? Have I seen Microsoft's AI generated game? People keep talking to me about that. I haven't seen that yet. I think that Killing Floor 3 I'm looking forward to. I think Kazan, the first Berserker, I did play the demo of that. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Guys, take it easy. Why are you fighting? Luna and Leia are fighting. Shems, wait, who's name calling? Who's name calling in the chat? Xbox is king. I want to rap battle you 1v1. There ain't no way these guys are talking about rap battling in the chat. What has happened? I've lost all control. This isn't how I wanted it to be. The kids are throwing boogers at each other. I'm tired of dealing with you guys like it's a class of children. Control is an illusion. Well, I just realized we're almost at the 4.5 hour mark, so we're probably going to have to move over to the members lounge for a little bit, or in a little bit, and we'll be over there for a bit. Oh, Leia got that catnip. Here she goes. Now all the cats are going to get really weird. Xbox's King says he's actually a really good rapper. Oh man, okay. Yeah, this is getting weird, bro. I'm over here being like, I want to have some more interesting, insightful conversations. Meanwhile, in my chat, oh my god, Leia, bro, what is Leia doing? She's like, get the fuck out of here. This is my catnip. Yo, boss just got put in his place. Boss just got absolutely put in his place, man. Oh, she's gonna do it again. Look at this. Go ahead, boss. Go get her. Anyway, is Stalker on PlayStation? As of right now, no, it's not. But guys, I think that's pretty much going to do it for this stream. I mean, I obviously finished discussing the topic a while ago, and it's kind of just been messing around here in the chat. Feral Flame with the $2 chat says, Pokemon Presents Thursday morning. Stream it, bro. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like, I don't think I could do that. I have less than zero interest in Pokemon, dude. That would be a weird thing for me to stream. I know people are excited for it, but I don't know. All right, so I'm going to be, once this stream is finished, I'm going to be secretly banning people after today. I'm not telling you who it is. You'll just find out. So we'll see. We'll see who gets banned, and that's that. So leave the chat with that anxiety. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to be banning people, at least not right now. I don't plan to. But I do have some things to discuss with you guys in the members lounge. All right. So to my channel members, please tune into the members lounge. It's gonna go up right after this stream ends. But before I end, I do want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Thank you to everybody who dropped, it was Corey and Hellbound. They got us to 26 members on the day. Thank you guys for that. Anybody who dropped a super chat, thank you so much for doing so. And anybody who dropped any direct donations, we are completely fan funded here. I can only run this channel because you guys make it possible. All right. So thank you so much for that. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. Really appreciate what you do for the channel, Devil Shooter. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. And the only other thing I'm going to ask before you head out is just hit that like button to help the stream. And so that's that. So to all my members, I'm going to put up the members lounge. I'll see you over there in just a minute. To everybody else, I will catch you in the next stream. So that does it, guys. Guy Gravity, it's okay. We're doing a members lounge. So I'll see you over there. But until next time, take care, everyone.